Hello. Hello. Hello.
All right. I'm here. There's only a few minutes left, or a few seconds left. Actually, you know what? Because this is a fucking Monster Hunter stream, it probably makes sense that I do this as a, I do this with Monster Hunter music. Nah, this isn't Monster Hunter music. What's Monster... Hang on. Here we go. Here's Monster Hunter music. Everyone knows this Monster Hunter music. Hi there, Witch Dragon Queen. Silt. Slit. There we go. I think I might need to rethink like how the Whatsmahoozy you know, awaiting stream screen should look like, because I had it like full screen here showing like art and such like that, but I probably need to shrink it. I probably need to shrink some stuff down so then that way it like This is a weird long one, because it's like, there's only 2 vowels, really. Tits. Damn it! Why won't that be accepted? Then because I can be... Ah, that's probably not how we spell stylus. Darn. Alright. Hi, everyone! Also, I should probably change the thingy-majiggy on this thing before I forget to be... There we go, so then that way it resets itself. Alright. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. It's Sunday morning for me. It might be... Morning, Grant. Just jumping on real quick before heading to work. I have a streak to maintain after all. All good. Thank you. Thank you for maintaining your watch streak. I greatly appreciate it. Goldie has been at it for like 10 streams now, so I reckon you'll get up there at some point. But yeah. Morning. Hopefully you're doing all right. And best of luck with your work. Oh, actually, I forgot to share the newest thing. I have made myself a new shirt. I have made myself a Monster Hunter. I have made myself a Monster Hunter shirt because, you know, it's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's good. And then ding ding. Like, it's Rajang. I'll be real with you. Like, Rajang is probably, like, I think he's one of the funniest monsters. Like, he is painful to go up against, don't get me wrong. He is... You're at 15. Nice. Hi there, Tenmux. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So yeah, Rajang, like, he's not my favorite to, like, fight against. I think my favorite to fight against has been Kuluyaku from Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm someone that, like, you know, will just do some real simple fights and what have you. I'm not one for, you know, high complexity difficulty like Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is. But, you know, I can appreciate difficult monsters. You're just not gonna find me doing it over and over again just to, like, hit myself into a wall. Sorry, I'm just, like, adjusting the font size of, like, some of my Stream Deck buttons, so then that way I don't get an aneurysm with, like, some of the words getting cut off. So. And then ding, dong. If I was a cleverer Zeebs, I would have tried putting in the shirt design on the buttons, but, you know. But yeah, I have myself a different shirt for when I'm going through the Monster Hunter, so hopefully people will appreciate this genius that I have before you. So yeah. So hopefully this will be greatly appreciated for those of you that are seeing this. But yeah, oh. All right, hang on. I need to adjust my, cause like this desk it's a big desk, but the genius is appreciated. Yeah. This is a big desk, I will be frank with you, but I am, like, the way I have the, for this game that we're going to be playing, I'm going to be playing some Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, which I'm going to be using the Nintendo Switch to do this. And it's sitting on, like, a counter that is not on my desk and such, because if I tried putting all my consoles on my desk, I would be, like, running out of space real quickly, and I wouldn't be able to, like, you know, have snacks and things when I'm, you know, not streaming or working at this desk, so... there's that. But yeah, let's see. Who came in? So Joe couldn't think of a name, got in here first. Thank you, Joe, for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Always appreciate your patronage. You've been able to get here like 14 times. We've got Hawaiian Pizza here with us now. Hi. And Goldie. Hello, Goldie. Welcome, welcome. And then Wish Dragon Queen is just going to have to work real quick. And then 10 Mux is also here. Hi. But yeah, so as always, I got, you know, random shirt designs and such like that. So you can either like do a redeem for random, or you can do like, you know, key phrases like Kingdom Hearts, Barbie, Booster Pang, Monster Hunter. Like there's all kinds of different shirts that I have done. And the announcements thingy-majiggy will make mention of some of these shirts. But, you know, you're welcome to like try your luck at some of the franchises and what have you that exist and see if you can figure them out and what have you. So yeah. Is there a way for me to... Yes, there is. Cool. So, yeah. So, I am going to be... Also, why isn't this thing charging? Why aren't you charging? You should be. Like... Hang on. System. Internet. So, it's connected wired. Where is battery? Wake when AC is disconnected. No, we don't want that. Console battery stop. Oh, okay. So it stops charging at around 80 to 90%. Okay, so that's all it's doing. All right, cool. I was worried for it because it's like sitting at 85%, but nothing's changing, so I was like a little bit worried. But yeah, so Masonic, what are you doing with that lever? Don't pull that lever. Ah. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. So yeah, so I need to resize this thing, and then I need to go back into my own space. Hey! The absolute disrespect from you. Just stealing my shirt. This was a cool shirt as well. This was a very awesome shirt. I had like a new, like, you know, I had a Monster Hunter themed shirt. It was gonna be cool. It was awesome. Now you've taken it away. It's yours. I'll get it back. Or I'll just print a new one. That's what I'll do. I'll just print a new one. That's the trick. So yeah, so for shirt stolen right before I had to leave. Yeah. Go back to work. Don't be oogling. Don't be oogling the shirt just because Masonic did the points for you. Just oogling the biddies. But yeah, so I have gone through some Monster Hunter games in the past. As people are no doubt aware, I have gone through Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds. I very much love Monster Hunter Wilds because, like, that one I really love, like, you know, the offset attack that you have for both Greatsword and the hammer as well. Monster Hunter Wilds was also where I transitioned from using mostly hammer as my weapon to now I find myself using the Greatsword more and more often. So, but from what I've been told, Monster Hunter World, Rise, and Wilds is from modern Monster Hunter. So, like, apparently Monster Hunter played very, very differently, like, back on, like, the PlayStation 2 and, like, the Nintendo Switch that we have here. So, also, hi there, Dragon Rider. Long time no see, indeedies. Goodness gracious. Hi. Hopefully you're doing all right. So, welcome, welcome. But yeah, so I have like no experience in any of the Monster Hunters prior to Monster Hunter Worlds. And I'm not someone like with the Monster Hunter game because it's an RPG and what have you. I'm not interested in, like, you know, going all the way back to the past of it, of, like, picking up the PlayStation 2 thingy-majiggy of Monster Hunter, but I am curious about Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, because from what it's been shown to me through memes on the internet, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate will just go on a heavy discount on the Nintendo Switch Online. Like, it will just turn... It's like a $60 game or something like that, and then all of a sudden it turns into a $10 game. And apparently the Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate has, like, the most of the monsters in a single generation. So, if I look up how many monsters in Monster Hunter... like I'm pretty sure it's like an absolutely obscene amount of monsters or something like that. We're gonna go to the Monster Hunter wiki, and all right, so Generations Ultimate. Nah, okay. So I just want a convenient number. All right. So the number of all right. So here's the breakdown. So in Monster Hunter World, base game had 34. Monster Hunter Iceborne had 36. Rise gave us 46. Sunbreak gave us 78. Generations Ultimate gave us 93 large monsters, which is like a huge amount. Like that's kind of crazy. How many monsters are in each Monster Hunter game? Oh, cool. There's a little gamer article that will tell us it. No, I'm still gonna have blockers. Ad blocking is still a thing. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh my God. Look at this. Like 129 different monsters as opposed to Sunbreak, which is like 112. I've not yet played Monster Hunter Rise yet, but I have gone through Iceborne, so it gave us 94, and Wilds, where right now we're sitting on like 47. The original Monster Hunter was expanded, remade into Monster Hunter G, which is expanded further when it released outside of Japan as Monster Hunter Freedom. Okay. So yeah, so it looks like, you know, they try and do like more and more monsters. It's kind of interesting that like after Generations Ultimate, like World and Iceborne like shrunk down real quick and then expanded up again. So I'm really curious because like what's more is Monster Hunter Wilds, like it's got like relatively a smaller roster compared to other games. Like it's less than Iceborne, it's less than Generations Ultimate, it's less than Sunbreak. Like it's only bigger than Freedom and Ultimate and like Monster Hunter 3. Gotta run. Have a good day, evening, night, everyone. Thank you, Witch Dragon Queen, for coming back. So yeah, also Rajang shirt. I hope Blue appreciates this shirt because I'm like this shirt design of just the Rajang with his thumbs up is only for Blue. That is the only reason I've got this shirt on, is for Blue Foxy Nicey Icy to see this shirt. So hopefully they'll see it and they'll be like, what the fuck is that? So, but yeah. So yeah, But yeah, I originally planned to wear this shirt last week, but turns out, like, I thought my February was full, my March was full as well, because not only did I have a family meeting in a Zoom call in the morning, which is why I couldn't attend the stream, but I also had like a late lunch with my other side of the family, and then this weekend, my dad dropped off a tall boy furniture, which is really great for me because now I actually have drawers and shit. It's fan-fucking-tastic. It's so good. Oh, and then after my dad like left and what have you, I then went off and got myself a upgraded phone because the phone that I had for like the last 6 years was like now showing its age in terms of like battery life and camera quality and all that kind of nonsense. So now I've gotten myself like an upgraded phone, and yeah, it's fairly good. So, hang on, I just need to send something. There we go. So yeah, so I now have a tall boy. Okay, so I now have more drawers. I have storage options in my bedroom instead of just like this giant long hanger on one side of the wall, which is going to be fantastic. So yeah, so I still need to come up with like, you know, solutions in this office that I have right now because I only have like the one set of like, you know, haphazard drawers here on my left holding the console and what have you. I kind of want to get like another like storage solution that can like hold some of the other stuff that I have like around my apartment, because like some of the stuff is either going to need to be in the living room and I need to have like a storage solution in the living room or a different storage solution here in the office. Also, still need to find out, you know, what I'm going to do for sound treatment and such. But all of this I'm really hesitant on doing because, like, I know one of the things I'm going to probably need to do, especially if I want to, like, give VR another try, is I'm going to need to rearrange this office. Because right now, the place my desk is positioned and, like, the current sound treatment solutions I'm going for, there is not enough room in order to do a like a proper like VR like standing room scale. Like I think even like just trying to do like head movements and such like that will be very difficult because also, you know, I have like a high back chair, so you barely will see the top of like the sensors, like unless I put them like really, really high, they're not gonna see my head. And I am not exactly in the mood to do another like ceiling mount situation like I did in the last 2 places, because the previous place I lived in, they made it a pain and a half trying to get my bond back. And by the time I did get my bond back, I had to like really quickly start, you know, using my bond on things such as like final electrical bill payment and bills and what have you. Like whatever savings I had in whatever savings I had in blah 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 in my like long-term savings bank account is now being like, you know, greatly reduced. And like I can kind of start replenishing it once I go on my TFF trip this year. I'm going to be going to TFF, by the by. That's still happening for me, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. So, you know, so there's like 2 more weeks. So I've got next week and the week after left of like work and streaming. But then once we get into the 3rd or 4th week of March, then I'm you know, I'm heading off to Texas, which is going to be absolutely fun. I am actually looking forward to going to Texas and what have you, because quite frankly, like I've gone to furry conventions and what have you in Australia. Granted, I've gone to one. I've gone to one furry convention, the Furry Down Under, and each time I have gone, it has been a like, the way I would describe it is that it's a lot of work socializing wise in order to, you know, get myself over into the space, but then also like organize people. This is some very tough music. Let me go back to the beginning of Monster Hunter World. There we go. That's some softer music. That's a darn sight better. I'm no longer, you know, in panic mode with this playing. Ding. And I've pressed the wrong button. Dong. There we go. So yeah, excuse me. So yeah, so I've gone to Furry Down Under, and the most common sentiment I have with it, quite frankly, is just the fact that when I go to this thing, it's just a lot of work socializing wise to organize friends and what have you. So, and like I've gone to it 3 times, and each time I've put more and more effort into hello, HDMI, why aren't you transmitting? Come on. Hang on, something's wrong with my HDMI. Come on, why aren't you? Uh-oh. Did I just disconnect something I shouldn't have? Come on. Come on. There we go. And then it says no HDMI cable, but there definitely is a HDMI cable in this thing, so I'm a little confused as to why it's not doing... Because I want to be able to, like... Hang on. This recording software... Well, it's not even... It's like, this HDMI software is a little finicky, it seems. Hang on. Ding. Disconnect. Reconnect. Come on. Do the pass-through. It says there's no HDMI cable, but I know that is false. Also, hi there, Fizz Tiger. Welcome, welcome. I can't wave because my thingamadoogie is not working. Because I'm not... Alright, back over to DP. Get the chest Hi! Welcome. Alright, so why isn't it doing what I want? What is the problem? Let's try and go to settings. Microphone noise detection, software, output, here we go. 4K 60, audio channel, streaming settings. I don't want to do streaming via this software. So, like, why then? Device settings. The application is already allowed only... Oh, okay, here we go. Please turn off HDCP in your PS5. This issue, please refer to Nintendo Switch. It is recommended to close any copy written on that and then restart enable if this... Yeah, so I already have, like, the HDCP thingy-majiggy running. Settings. Please close Streaming Center and try again. Oh my god. Alright. Hopefully everyone is doing all right. Settings. All right, so merge mode. What's the different... Wait, what are the different... So, EDID mode. The fuck is EDID mode? So we got copy mode. In copy... Okay, the HDMI may not support the capture card extended resolution in use. In copy mode, the... EDID of the HDMI will be fully copied. However, the display may not fully list all here is compatible with configure until the left is visible. Okay. Is the pass-through working this time around? Scanning signal, and there's no HDMI. Why? Like, you work when I'm using, like, the PlayStation, so why aren't you working in this, like, instance? Back to merge mode. So, one rule, select an unused resolution on the left and choose the direct on the right. Click swap to replace and then apply for the new... So the preferred resolution is 36. And then there's, like, all these extended... I'm just gonna... restore these. Applying this requires restarting the device or AverMedia Assist Central Pro. Cool. Is AverMedia Assist Central running right now? I don't... it probably is because I'm running like the little thingamadiggy in the background is what's happening. Okay. This is gonna be a little testy because the for whatever reason, the HDMI signal is not properly passing through. I wonder if it's because I'm not in a game yet, so it's doing, like, weird HDCP shit. There is no data to load. Cool. You can receive all kinds of bonuses in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Please check the manual. Cool. Remember to take breaks now and then. Having a rest to recharge your batteries. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Cool. Yep, this is Boop the Hero. This is some cool intro right here. I I want to be a hammered person. Like, I don't know how well I would play in classic Monster Hunter with a greatsword. I think hammer is going to be like my comfy build. No idea what the fuck that's for. Just a touch. Not that high. Just throw in the fucking box to the Palico. I don't know what that person is saying. I don't know if that's Japanese or if that's their Wyverian language. What the fuck is that? Is that like a... Is that meant to be like a jet or something? Good start. It's got that FF type of long opening. Oh, it's a monster! Okay, also hi there, Fizz Tiger. Glad to see you said hi. The following languages have been added to the in-game. Traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. You can change the thing. In order to play downloaded quests, you must download the latest data from downloadable content in the main menu or the housekeeper's menu. You may be unable to initiate or download a quest when trying to play with a player who has not downloaded the latest data. Be sure to download the newest data before playing multiplayer. Do not turn off. If enter sleep mode, the connection will be lost. Cool. Checking the internet. Retrieving information. Cool. So it looks like the last like stuff is like 2018. Here's what's new. Event quests, titles, item packs, and more. Okay, cool. Can I like download everything? Also, look how fucking bit crunchy that image is. Look at that. Look how bit crunchy that is. Oh, I don't think this was originally made. I know the Nintendo Switch 1 wasn't exactly like a real strong like piece, like, you know, a piece of hardware. But I'm pretty sure that that was not what the quality of the Nintendo Switch was on release. So. Oh, that reminds me. I probably need a. There's something I need to do real quick. Hang on. I just realized that there's probably something I need to pause on this. There we go. That way if anything bad happens, it doesn't like, it doesn't affect my experience. It's just downloading everything. Actually, this might be a great opportunity for me. Oh, did it download? Did it download everything? I like that there's like Legend of Zelda things. Season of Lava, Huntathon. There's 13. Hey, Uniqlo! I know what Uniqlo is. I know what Devil May Cry. God damn, there are so many crossovers in this thing. All right, cool. That should. So I've done that. I'm gonna try the HDMI input again. Worst case scenario, like I might need to swap out the cable, because it says there's no HDMI cable, which I know to be false. Like there is a HDMI cable there, and it. Why I'm single. Thank you, Fizz Tiger, for changing my shirt. I have all kinds of different shirts that I was like, you know, coming up with like all these different kinds of like silly designs that I would post on like, you know, Twitter/Blue Sky. So, and Vignon, like just before I went on holidays, they updated like their thing, so you can now like just give a PNG file to the pipeline and use that to like, you know, be a new texture on an object and such. So I'm really glad I was able to get that sorted, because the shirt just has one texture. So I'm like, all right, cool. Let me just throw this PNG as like the albedo or something like that, which I think is fan-fucking-tastic. So yeah. Excuse me. Getting spoiled by like downloading all these things ahead of time and seeing like some of the monsters. Like I saw a Gore Magala earlier, and I imagine like they probably didn't want me to like see that, and that there probably would have been like way more you know, surprise with some of these monsters, but you know. There we go. All right. And then we've got new Palicos. And then... Oh, okay, so we got, like, special Palicos. Downloading multiple items may decrease download speed. He says. And then we got a starter pack, guild provisions, support. Download all available items? Yes, please. You're just gonna make my life so much easier. And then we've got a whole variety of extras we can go with. So we got titles we can download? Alright. You know what? Hang on. Let me see if I have like a spare HDMI cable for troubleshooting. Like, I know that's not the point of this stream. I know the point of this stream is for me to play Monster Hunter, but like, I don't want to deal with, like, any sort of, like, you know, delays in terms of, I don't want to deal with any sort of delays with the, like, you know, transmitting from the Switch to a capture card into, like, the processing software and then back up into, like, OBS and all that. So I want to, like, try and have the HDMI pass-through work, because the idea is, The idea is that, like, by going through the HDMI pass-through, I don't deal with, like, any sort of delays and what have you. So here's what we're gonna do. I am going to really quickly get this thingy-majiggy running. So sorry, chat, but, like, grabbing a spare, like, doing some technical wizardry. What's the name of the, there we go. There we go. So, IT in progress. We get this started, and then... Alright, here we go. Give me... I'm always, like, if something isn't working, I am going to try and figure out a way to get it working, okay? It's just it's how my brain is wired, okay? Thank you, Volpecula, for believing in me. Hi. I'm just doing some IT stuff right now because for whatever reason, like the HDMI pass-through is not like working. So it's like I have to like look at OBS after like capturing the Nintendo Switch and all that kind of nonsense, and that's gonna be a bit of a pain in my head. So we're gonna... I'm trying to think what would be another word to... Alright, is this... No, that's not gonna reach. Darn it. Alright. So that cable isn't long enough, so I need to go with this proper sized cable then. Evil! My goodness, chat. Vol is doing the hard yards right now. What is everyone else doing? Like, while Vol is doing the needful. My goodness gracious. Alright, where's my shot? I need to do some surgery. Swap this around. Alright, let's have a look. So... Alright, disconnect you. Come on. There we go. Yeah, like, there is very little between my IT nonsense, isn't there? I used to have, like, this thing, like, you know, side on. There we go. This is a nice cable, too, is the thing. Like, this was, like, capable of doing, like, 4K nonsense and what have you, so... And now I'm swapping to, like, this, you know, subpar Nintendo. Annoying thing when dealing with like a monitor that's like right in the middle of a blah 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 blah, like my desk and what have you, and I have barely any room to like do all this IT nonsense while it's running. But you know, I don't have any other like options. Alright, lean forward. One of these is HDMI 1, the other is HDMI 2, though. And I have it set up. Go. Plug you in. Lol. Volpecula tried using a word that Twitch was like, maybe not. Maybe don't use that word. It's kind of funny. Alright, plug you back in, and then you up. Alright, and then... Alright, so I swapped the cable. Alright, swap the cable, and... Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna put these HDMI cables over here for now. Alright. Ah! What are you doing, Fizz? Scanning for signal. No HDMI. Like, what in the world? What is with this capture software? Like, why is it having such difficulty today of all days? Like, you didn't have this like, you know what? Let me confirm if this is like a Switch versus like PlayStation problem. So if I swap over to the PlayStation signal real quick. And then I do the swapping to HDMI 1. Like, is it gonna tell me there's a problem with HDMI 1 signal? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so there isn't an issue in trying to... Like, I can see the PlayStation, like, all this nonsense while it's, Alright, and then I swap to second signal, and for whatever reason, it doesn't like it. Alright. We know what we need to solve then. I need to go to home. I need to go to the system settings. And then... Where the fuck are you? Here we go. Console HDMI output. It doesn't want to do 4K. We'll do 1440p. Dock input. While using HDR. Automatic range. Match power state. No, don't match the power state. Low latency mode. Always enable. Like, what in the world is... Like, is it... Where is it? Where's the thing that's having it do the, automatic updates, formatting options. No, do not make it go to factory reset. Dock is up to date. Is the system up to date? Yes, it is. Hey! What the fuck you doing? Hi there, little Incineroar. Welcome, welcome. So, for the television, output information... Is it because I'm trying to use HDR that it doesn't like? Hang on. So it's saying there's no, like, HDMI signal for me there. But I'm fairly sure... Enabling HDR recording mode. Alright, so... Is it because the Nintendo Switch decided to be on... Did you prep for Tamagotchi Life? No, I have not prepped for Tamagotchi Life. And then once again, no HDMI signal from the device. Like, why? Why is this... Why is the Nintendo Switch deciding to be so difficult with me right now? Like, why is this one the... Like, so right now, video audio source device is automatic. If I change the Nintendo Switch, it is recommended to close any copywritten apps on the Nintendo Switch, then restart and enable HDCP detection again if they refer to HDCP. Okay, so cool. So we close that, and then we enter into sleep mode. So now there's no signal. And then power it on again. All right. So now this is that. And then we go to HDMI and scanning for signal. No signal for HD. What in the world? Why? Why, Nintendo? Why are you on a why are you different? Why are you so different right now? Screen brightness cannot be set while thingamajiggy, that's fine. I'm on a wired internet connection. Accessibility, actually, let me just double check. Is accessibility a thing in this thing? That's doing that. Nope. Data management, user, controller and accessories. Automatically doing the thing. Console screen HDR output, it's automatic. Hey, RGB, reduce screen burn-in, match the TV power state, 120 hertz, low latency mode for compatible TVs. I'm gonna turn you off. Compatible software only. Here we go. And then, all right. Is it because compatible software only? Let's see, let's see. Yeah! It's because of the... God fucking damn it. Alright. Connection error lost because, yeah, console went to sleep mode, exiting the downloadable area. That's fine. That's fine. We got it working, chat. It's working. Let's go. This is it. So it's because of that. It was because of the fucking, like, HDR nonsense. Alright, new game. Let's go. Alright. Grant. Alright. Mail. Cool. Alright. Look at a smug look. Alright, what's the difference between... Guild style is the definitive style for members of the Hunter's Guild, allowing for 2 hunter arts and has a versatile mix of attacks, great for adapting to any situation. Striker is a relatively simply used that lets you equip up to 3 hunter arts, and it's also easier to charge up the art gauge. The style is perfect for going heavy onto the arts, unique for allowing you to use an aerial dodge to jump on monsters and play yourself in the air. Is all about waiting until the last second to evade or guard your foe's attacks, letting you perform insta moves. It's difficult to pull off, but allows for devastating counters. Relies on sheathing to fill your gauge and entering a stronger, faster Valor stage. The fuck is all that? I'm just gonna go with the first default option. A spin attack that slashes all around you during execution, you'll be invulnerable to making an effective evasion technique. Hunter arts are big, dramatic moves that you can perform when you're out on a hunt. While running away from large and dashing while transporting, this boost only lasts a short amount of time. Sure. Dun, dun, dun. All right. And it looks like it's starting me with the sword and shield. It only took me an hour, but we're in the game, chat. I don't believe we have met before, Hunter. What brings you to our village here in the Highlands? I see. You have come on appointment from the Hunters Guild to work for the Wicademy. You must have traveled far. On behalf of Berna, let me welcome you, Hunter. I am chief of this humble village. Ours is a village rich with history, centered around the Wicademy, created long ago to research the origins of the mysterious ancient limestone structures at the base of the mountain near here. The Wicademy is now one of the world's preeminent institutions on all manner of monster research, and Berna, which was founded from small settlements that cropped up around the Wicademy, has walked hand in hand through history with this most illustrious of institutions. Ah, forgive me. You have not come to me for history lessons. Go introduce yourself to Chief Researcher, and he will register your appointment as a Academy Hunter. You'll find him further up the path. You should be able to recognize him by the white researcher's coat he wears. Now, as for the matter of your lodgings, the researchers have no trouble sleeping among piles of books and reports. But for you, I'll allow you to use this guest house. Consider it your home while you work here, free of charge. Inside, you'll find an item box stocked with a selection of weapons. Use whatever ones you think suits you. You will also have your own personal housekeeper who can help you with a variety of other services. Once you finish speaking with the Chief Researcher, come see me again. Nice. Free housing. You want your hour back? You want your hour back? You want your hour back? You don't appreciate. It's fine. It's fine. Hello, her priestess. Well, howdy there, darling. Welcome to my fine little grub hub, the Feline Bistro. The meals I prepare here are mighty good before hunts, as they give special bonuses. We do things pretty simple round here. Just grab a seat and choose order a meal. Then you order your dish. The kind of dish determines the bonuses you receive to stats like health and defense. Then you choose a sauce to go with it. Choose carefully, cause it affects what food skills you get. You can pay for your meal in either Zenny Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. Love the shirt, Grant. Damn, haven't seen this game in a long time. Hi there, Ruby, and welcome. Yes, this was a shirt that was randomly chosen for me, thanks to Fizz Tiger. But I had a different shirt in mind for when I played through this game, and it was this one right here. But yeah, how's it going? You doing good? You can pay for your meal in either Zenny or Academy points, but only one per meal per hunt is permitted. Tell you what, darling, have this voucher. It'll let you eat for free. Cookie for Vol! Here's your cookie ball. It'll let you eat for free and maximize all stamina bonuses. Now that you know how we do things here, try placing an order yourself. Well, if it ain't the fresh-faced new hunter in town, welcome back to the bistro, darling. Have you had your bite to eat yet? I wish I had more dishes I could prepare for you, darling. The menu's so small. I've been thinking of expanding it with a little research and development, you might say. Want to lend a paw and help out? All I need are some good ingredients to experiment with. When I discover a new dish, I'll add it to the menu. But first, let's practice how it all works. For now, we'll go with Laranoth salami and ammo beef. If they're both meat, but it'll work. We'll just mix them together and see how it turns out. It'll be fine, I promise. First, open up the ingredients list, then pick Laranoth salami and the ammo beef in that order. It's easy! Claws, you can only combine 2 ingredients that will make a dish you haven't discovered yet. Check help if you want to know more. Come back whenever you have new ingredients. Tatsu! What are you doing here? Why are you stealing my shirt? The what's-my-hoozy beef and giving us the Laranoth salami roll. Hell yeah. Go again, Tiger. Stop right there. That look in your eyes, that confidence in your step. You want to be the very best. No, Ruby, no! Am I right? Well, if you want to be like no hunter ever was, there's 2 things you gotta know. Hunting styles and hunter arts. These 2 things are key to becoming a monster hunter master. I'll even teach you about control types as a bonus. So, you want to know more? Or am I the best instructor in the land? Is that so? Well, for your sake, I'll assume you were just answering my first question. Well, you can review the basics in your hunter notes in the start menu anytime. But for the nitty-gritty details, well, look no further than the handsome bloke in front of you. Alright, time to learn from the master. Hey, you're a new face. You're the new Academy Hunter. Well met then, Skippy. You'll be seeing lots of me. I'm Manville, the village smith. If you need gear, then I'm your guy. But let's not waste any time with pleasantries. Let me tell you just what the smithy's all about. There's two major things I can do for hunters such as you. Foraging and upgrading. Foraging's where I make equipment from scratch. Just give me the materials and some zenny and I'm good to go. You'll need different materials based on the equipment. Monster bones from bone gear or from metal gear, but I'm sure you can gather the rest from there. As for upgrading, I'll cover that some other time. I prefer pounding some metal to flapping my gums, so if you need some gear, you just give me a holler. Well, Skippy, what's it gonna be? Nice. Oh, okay. Hey! Welcome, Hunter, to the Perna Palico Armory. This is your one-stop shop for all your Palico needs and weapons. Wait. Yeah, wait a second. It looks like you haven't hired any Palicos yet. You don't have anything against felines, do you? Felines can join you on hunts as Palicos and provide lots of support. Yeah. Find the Meowstress at the Palico Ranch and then come back when you got a Palico. This game. Alright, let me talk to the white robe guy. Oh, there we go. I can sprint. Aha, you must be the new assistant the guild has dispatched for me. You're not quite as bookish as I expected. How's it? By the way, how's your day been, Grant? My day, cookie for Vol. Here's your cookie, Vol. My day has just started. It is Sunday morning, and it took me like an hour to figure out like an issue with like the what's-mahoozy stuff on my capture software for the Nintendo Switch, and that was because it was trying to like, you know, always have like HDR like enabled, and for whatever reason the HDR thingy-majiggy was not working within the AverMedia, so I had to like change that. So now I could actually like see it with, you know, minimal delay and what have you. But yeah, got a tall boy in the bedroom right now, so I now have somewhere to put my socks and undies, which is actually very thankful. But yeah, the day's just starting, okay? It's just starting, and it took me an hour to get here, so yeah, I've been kind of like late, being kind of distracted. That's all right though. The White Academy is more than just about books and its study of monsters. Sometimes our research requires that we go out in the thick of things and study monsters in their natural habitats. And that's where you'll come in, Deputy Researcher. You'll take care of the occupational hazards. Also, please sign this liability waiver for lasting effects from fire, poison, paralysis, slime mold, viruses. Now then, currently our efforts are being concentrated on the Jurassic frontier, and we're short-handed. There's lots still left to explore, so that's where you'll be going, Deputy. Pen in hand and sword too, perhaps. Do you see that large white building at the base of the mountain in the distance? That's the White Academy Research Facility. The Hunter's Hub, overseen by the Hunters Guild, is just out in front of it. That makes Berna here a sort of gateway for relations between the White Academy and the Hunters Guild. You're in my future and I'm your past. It's still Saturday for me. Yeah, nice. Time zones. So yeah, so it's probably Saturday evening for some of the Americans and what have you. So like that's kind of the reason why I've like tried introducing that's why I've tried introducing like morning streams on the weekend, so then that way there was an opportunity for some of the American viewers to see what I'm playing and such, and I decided on Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate for Sunday morning. I haven't yet renewed my Final Fantasy XIV subscription, and I wasn't exactly in any rush to get it done. That makes Berna here a sort of gateway for I already read that. The Hunter's Hub is run by the Guild Messenger. Drop by to register yourself sometime. Oh no, look at me rambling on like I don't have reports to write and places to be. I'll take care of the paperwork, so in the meantime, why don't you talk with the Berna Chief and see if he has any work for you? Ladies and gentlemen, Attention, please! This is the airship flight check-in counter. We are currently boarding passengers with Academy permission only. We are unable to serve other passengers at this time. But I see that you're a hunter. That being the case, we offer a hunter call service that you can take advantage of. At your request, we'll send out a hunter call for you from the check-in counter. No mushy cat, no fussy cat. You can send out a hunter call from a hunter's hub in local play, and it will ping anyone with hunter search activated. Impressive! We pride ourselves on thorough service, but this service can only be used by people who've created a hub. Cool. Who am I talking to? Here we are. You again. Excuse me. Oh, Hunter, I take it. You've spoken with Chief Researcher? He should be able to handle all of your paperwork. Now then, I imagine it will take some time before everything is squared away with the Academy. Until then, perhaps you could help me with a few quests. You consider it a bit of a warm-up before officially starting your work as a Academy hunter. Once you're ready, you can visit the quest counter to accept quests. The quest counter is run by that young woman over there. She can be rather focused, but she means well. Speak with her and you'll find training quests as well as some one-star
Ruby
quests
Sapphire 32 demands you drink.
Should you need to review some of your basic hunter training, I recommend going over some of the training quests. The village also has facilities such as the market and armory, which should prove useful for your preparations. Also, if you take the path down to the right, you'll find yourself at Palico Ranch. The felines of Berna make their home there, and several of them run a variety of unique and useful facilities. You'll also find the Meowstress there. She scouts Palicos to aid hunters like you. Speak with her to learn more. Finally, please take this small allowance. A pittance, but I pray it will help you on your journey, Hunter. Now then, the quest counter is waiting. Good luck, Hunter. Alright, I need to... Yeah. Where's my water? Where's my water? Hang on, I need to get this back. And then I need to push this thing back forward so that way it's not... There we go. I used to have so much space on this desk, and now it doesn't seem like I have any space whatsoever, which is weird. Maybe it's because everything is still, like, too far to the right, and I have all this empty space behind the monitors on the left that I need to fix up. Once again, stuff that I'm probably going to need to do via, you know, just doing the... Oh, hello. Howdy, Hunter. Sweet to meet ya. There's something I should tell you about Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Special rewards are delivered to Meow Hunter Warhorn you. They're delivered to me. Don't worry, I'll look after them like my little. Come down by every now and again to see if there's anything waiting for you. I'll be waiting patiently. Alright, let's deal with a hunter quest. So you're here to become a Academy hunter, hmm? Well, you came to the right place. Did you know that Berna means gateway to the Academy in Wyverian? Well, actually, that's a lie. Even with all the blue skies, amazing cheesy cuisine, and adorable moofas, Berna's PR is kinda lacking. Burma deserves to be positively buzzing with tourists. I just need to think of something that appeals to the masses. You see, I'm kinda like Berna's ambassador. I'm always going to other villages and, oh gosh, look at me yapping on and on. It's just, when I start talking about Berna, I can't stop. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm the resident Berna gal, and I run the quest counter here. I bet the chief sent you over to have me set you up with a quest, didn't he? Well, if you need a quest, I got 'em. Hunting, gathering, you name it. Each quest has a level because, hello, we don't want new hunters getting mauled out there. So for right now, only 1-star quest for you, Buster. If that's not so bad, better than getting ripped to shreds, right? Take a stab at some of these and we'll go from there. Anyway, after you've accepted a quest, go left to the quest gate and press the A button to take off. Keep in mind that once you accept a quest, you can't enter your house until you cancel the quest. For that reason, we put an item box near the quest gate, in case you need to organize your stuff before leaving. Finally, if you need to practice hunting some more, you can pick a training quest from here. You can figure out the boring details like how to use your weapon and items later. For now, pick a quest. And that's it. Now, if you don't mind, I got a PR campaign to plan. Good luck out there. Anyway, here's all the quest in action lined up for you today. Let's just go for some hunter basics right now. Deliver some well-done steak. Make us proud out there. See ya! Alright, so we got a quest. And let's go. Master of Style, it's dinner time and the tab is on you, and I'm feeling in the mood for some barbecue. Alright, so we're moving around, I'm guessing. I'm guessing we're getting an introduction to just collecting things. That is some impressive wind physics on those things, just shaking, just like. Ah! Hey, it's me! You know, the world's greatest hunting instructor. Today, I'm gonna teach you just what it takes to be a hunter. It ain't gonna be easy, but you'll thank me later. And right so. Left buttons to change the page. That's the spirit. I like your attitude. I think you just might turn out all right after all. You don't look too shabby in those old duds I gave you either. Make sure you treat them well. Your equipment can decide whether you live or die before you even start a hunt. Now, I'm sure you're anxious to get started with your training, but first, let me introduce you to your base camp. No monster ever comes this far, so it's the perfect place to kick back and take a load off. Alright, get moving. Walk with the left stick, center your view with the left button, and look around with the right stick. Keep sharp. Constant vigilance is a hunter's best ally. Before you head out, don't forget to check the blue box over there. It's packed with supplies. The guild sent you just for this quest. Lucky you, so I'll start your trading off easy. Toddle over to that box. Got it? Ah, left button. Okay, so you hold... Cool. Awesome. This charming blue box right here, this is called the supply box. It comes chock full of items sent by the guild. So if you know what's good for you, you'll always check to see what freebies you can reach. Stand in front of the supply box and press A to see what's inside. You can take whatever you want too, free of charge. Once you've found the items you want, press A to take it. Give it a shot. Take everything from the supply box and put it in your inventory. Don't be shy now. Take anything you think you'll need. A mini whetstone. Portable spit issued to new hunters. Cool. Nice work. You examine the snot out of that supply box. Now, if you grab all you got out of it, like I told you to, then that means you should have picked up a map. A map is one of the most important things a hunter can have. It's the only way to see the whole region. Now, pros like me can skip picking them up, but for rookies like you, grabbing the map from the supply box should be your first order of business. Now, see the little triangle on the map? That's your location. That arrow moves around and even faces the direction you are. That means it's pretty impossible to get lost, no matter how hard you try. Pretty high tech for a piece of paper, huh? But let's say you want a closer look at the lay of the land. You can do so by pressing the plus button to open the start menu, then zooming in the map with the Y button. You want to know how to use all your other items too? Good question. But those hunters stumble that run fast. Now, who was it that said that? Anyway, just keep your leggings on and I'll teach you in due time. For now, I've just got one big thing to teach you before I let you loose. You know how when you open up the start menu, there's that flashy column that says advice? When you can check that anytime to review any of the wise teachings I've imparted during the quest. Enough talk. Time to put what I taught you to use. Open your map and get going. Oh, so the fuck is this? Ah, okay, so... Oh, cool! Dinosaur! Dinosaur! Rah! Look sharp, there's a monster right over there. Now, of course, you're being a hunter and all, you're gonna have to go and, introduce yourself. Before you do, let me impart one of Hunter's most famous sayings. Hunters know no hurry, no haste. Of course, every rule has exceptions, and so does this one. The fact of the matter is that we live in a fast-paced world filled with fast-paced monsters, which means you'll need a dash to come out on top. It is important to do so. Just hold down the R button as you move around and you'll dash. But you'll have to put away your weapon first. But don't think you can just run to the ends of the earth here. Your stamina has a limit, you know. That's what the yellow bar up top is for. It's your stamina gauge, and it tells you just how much stamina you got left while you're out on a quest. Stamina is drained when you perform duties that take a lot of energy, like dashing. If you take it easy for a bit, it'll refill soon enough. But if you go too hard and drain it all the way, you'll get so exhausted you'll be unable to dash or perform other actions. So watch it. That ain't the only thing you gotta worry about, though. As time passes, your maximum stamina will also start to fall. That's a sign you're getting hungry. And let me tell you, that's not a good thing to be when you're out hunting. You can't hunt if you're hungry. Always keep meat and other food on hand so that when you get the munchies, you can be back in tip-top shape in no time. And did I mention that eating raises your maximum stamina back so you can dash for longer stretches again? Because it does. As you can probably guess, dashing is important because it makes your hunts go that much faster. Sounds basic, but it's real important. So don't forget it. Now, it's time to get your first hunt underway. Start by dashing up to that monster and getting real nice and personal with it. Looks like you made it to the monster in one piece. Nice work. Now I'm going to teach you the basic about hunting monsters. What you've got in your hands is a sword and shield, and that'll do the job just fine, I promise. Start by pressing the X button. Since that's how you unsheath your weapon, you can unsheath it again by tapping the Y button. And that's all there is to it. Once you've got your weapon in hand, you can attack monsters with the X and A button. Depending on the order you press those two buttons, you'll do all sorts of different attacks. Right now, it's enough to just get used to attacking. But once you get the hang of it, you'll want to try out different combinations of moves and commands. Of course, don't expect a monster to take your attacks lying down. That's what makes the green bar up top so vital. It's your health gauge, which shows you your health. Each hit will drain some health, but if all of it empties, then it's lights out. So watch your health carefully. Now, when your average herbivore senses danger, it'll run away. But not every monster is like that, so we'll definitely want to bite out of you. But fear not, you can use either the L button or the right stick to face them with your camera and help you aim your attacks. But enough talk. Hunting season for you starts right now. Not bad for someone who doesn't even know how to open the supply box a while ago. I don't think that monster will be getting back anytime soon. But your quest isn't over yet, Hunter. You've still got some carving to do. Carving can provide you with everything you'll need as a hunter, so listen good. You'll stand by the monster you slain and press the A button. You'll carve out materials out of it. Hunters have to live off all sorts of monster materials, so you don't be afraid to take all you need. Just be sure to sheath your weapon first. Sometimes you'll get lucky and find monsters that can be carved from more than once. Lucky for you, it looks like the one just hunted can be carved from a second time. Raw meat. That's some fine carving you've done there. But your objective is to deliver a well-done steak, right? Raw meat's not gonna do you any good. We gotta cook it and turn it into a well-done steak. You'll need a special item to cook raw meat. Now, if you really did take everything out of that supply box earlier, you should have ended up with a portable spit. That's what we're gonna use to cook that juicy raw meat and make it something edible. So, let's make that well-done steak a reality now. Press and hold down the L button to bring up the item bar. Once you've done that, select the portable spit, then release the L button, and finally press the Y button to use it. Piece of, steak, I guess. Yeah. Use A and B, select an item, L to release it, and then Y to use the item. It might take a little while to get used to picking items this way, but once you do, you'll find that you can manage it even while on the move. Now, go ahead and select the portable spit so we can cook that thing. Now, here's where the fun starts, and you can try your hand at cooking meat. You can't eat raw meat, but what you can do is put it on a fire for a bit and turn it into a nice, delectable, well-done steak in just seconds. Crazy, I know, but just stay with me here. Now, it's time to get our hands dirty here. Use the portable spit when you have a slab of raw meat in your inventory and a catchy little tune. Raiders! Sonny! Hi, Sunny. Welcome, everyone. Boris, hi. Hi. Welcome, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I normally go through games of, like, in my backlog, where they're old and new that I haven't played before. And this Sunday morning, I have decided that I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. It is a Monster Hunter game that was originally released on the 3DS or something like that, but then got ported over to the Switch. This is apparently like a classic Monster Hunter game. So I'm a modern Monster Hunter player. I've only played Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds. I have not played earlier Monster Hunter games, and I wasn't like 100% enthusiastic of like going back to the beginning of like the PlayStation 2 era to play the Monster Hunter games, but this was heavily discounted on the Nintendo eShop. And it was like $10 or something like that. And I was like, sounds like a steal. And there's like over 100 monsters, so I'm giving this a try. Right now I'm just going through the training missions just to, you know, familiarize myself with the controls and such, because apparently Monster Hunter Classic does not play the same way as Monster Hunter Modern. So, you know, I'm going back to basics, and right now I'm cooking meat. I realize that I'm putting a bit of an accent on because of like some of the, you know, characters that I've done. This here's the chief, and I have him like with some sort of like, I don't know how to describe the accent, but it's like, you know, ranch. Now it's time to get our hands dirty here. Use the portable spit when you have a slab of raw meat in your inventory and a catchy little jingle will start playing. That's your cue that the cooking process has started. How was War Thunder? Did you win? Were you playing as the tanks, or were you playing as the airplanes, or were you playing as the ships? Hi. Ooh, hey, I got my little thingamajiggy about the additional storage. That's good, that's good, that's good. What was that? You won the Thunders, you did planes and tanks. Nice. I know that unnamed Gene wants me to play way more War Thunder, but I'm not a War Thunder kind of peep. It's gonna take quite a lot of work for me to do the War Thundering. So, but yeah. If you need a raid and dash because, you know, it's Saturday evening for you and what have you, totally understandable. I'm gonna be going on for like at least another, I'ma say 3 more hours, because, you know, I try and do like 4-hour streams. Yeah, I need to find Eats. Uber Eats. Burgers. Go for burger. Burger. Oiger. Oiger would be good. All right, back to cooking meats. Timing is everything at this stage. When the music ends and your meat changes color, quickly press the A button to lift your meat off the fire. If you time it really well, you get a well-done steak out of it. Now you give it a try. Be careful, if you pull it out too early or too late, you'll wind up with a rare steak or burnt meat. Worst case scenario, you'll have wish you never cooked it at all. So, time it well and take your meat off the fire at just the right moment to get a well-done steak. Yeah! Yeah, that's it. That's what I like to see. Perfect. You'll be delivering that steak you just prepared, but normally you'll want to select one from the item bar and eat it by pressing the Y button. Filling your stomach will raise your stamina limit. Unfortunately for you, I'll be taking that portable spit back. It's actually mine, and we've cooked too many steak together for us to part now. But never fear. You can always buy your own portable spit in the village. It's a little pricey, but you'll be able to make delicious barbecue wherever you go. So I'd say it's more than worth it. Anyway, now that you've got your hands on that well-done steak, it's time to complete your quest and deliver it. For now, just hold on to it and make your way back to base camp. I repeat, do not eat it. Got it? Alright, back to base camp.
Yep.
Okay, so you've made it back to base camp. That's a precious little red box straight ahead of you. What you might have noticed earlier, that's your delivery box. Every camp has a delivery box. If you stand in front of the delivery box and press the A button, you can deliver any item that are part of your quest objectives. In this case, you need to deliver a well-done steak, which you should conveniently have. If you're a good hunter and didn't eat it on your way back to base camp, then run over to the delivery box. So, did you open up the delivery box? Good. Now deliver items is a cinch. When the delivery box is open, the delivery window will be displayed in the upper right. Then just press the A button to deliver the well-done steak. You've already covered the start menu, but allow me to teach you one more useful hint in regard to delivering items. Now that I want you to try looking in your item pouch, if you select Press the A button and select an item you're supposed to deliver. You'll see a deliver option show up. In the menu that appears, this only shows up in an area that has a delivery box, but it allows you to deliver an item straight from the start menu. Pretty handy, eh? Also, when delivering an item, you can specify how many each item you want to deliver. Some can come in the box and some you can take home with you. It's good to use when you're asked to deliver something, but also want to keep a stock for later use. All of this means that you can deliver items by either visiting a delivery box in person or by using the start menu, whichever is easiest. So, go ahead and deliver your well-done steak however you like. Once you do, you'll almost be done with this quest. Splendid job! You delivered that well-done steak like no one's business. Once you've met the clear conditions for a quest, it's time to pack up and head back home for the day. Just wait a little bit and you'll be able to take some nice items and a little money as your reward. Clearing a quest takes you to the reward screen. If you feel up for it, I suggest you take your next round of training after you get back to the village. But if you think you need practice, don't be afraid to retry any of these quests as many times as you need. I'll always be happy to teach you the ropes till you can spread your wings and fly on your own as a hunter. Nice. So yeah, normally I'm a hammer and a greatsword person. Quest complete! Yeah! I like how he does like a cool flex at the end there. Quest complete! Alright, alright, so we get ourselves... Take items. So we get ourselves some honey. We get ourselves a whetstone. Another well-done steak, potion, paintballs. Toss this scented paint at a monster to mark it, allowing you to track its position. What in the... Oh, nice! So there's no fee, and the main reward is 150, which means I get myself more things. So I've earned 150 zenny. Nice. Save your progress? Sure. There we go. Hi, Ernea, Zach. Excuse me, nose. Ah. I forgot something important. It's about something called the Hunt of the Day. If you manage to hunt down the monster indicated by the Hunt of the Day, you'll pick up an extra reward. The Hunt of the Day request is only available once. If you complete it, then poof, it's gone. But it's refreshed twice a day. You can check which monster is the Hunt of the Day and what the reward is at the quest counter or quest board. Check your hunter's notes for the full loadout. Anyway, here's all the questing action lined up for you today. Alright, so we got combining, mining, fishing, transport. Alright. Slaying and capturing. Cool. Main objective, and then we got hunting style, where we get to train with all these things. And then we got prowler basics. What the fuck is a prowler? You're looking especially handsome today. I'll be back after a word from our sponsors. All good, Ernea, Zach. See you after the advertisement. Hopefully it works out well for you. Also, who's sending me direct messages? They sent it to me at like 8:30 today when I started streaming. Who the fuck is Sjojern Scarlet? Like, you could at least say hi in the chat rather than sending me a direct message. Ridiculous. Alright. So we got combining, mining, fishing. All of these should be simple enough to do. Alright. Next quest. Collect some items and combine them, make something new. It's not just fun. Yeah. Hey, it's me, the world's best instructor. This time I'll see if you got what it takes to combine items, so listen up, because there's a thing that will make your life a way easier as a hunter than combining. Alright, ears perked and ready? I can tell you're real curious sort. That's great, because curiosity and combining go hand in hand. Now, say you picked up something interesting while out hunting. Well, in a lot of cases, you can take that and turn it into another item entirely. It's like magic, or science. So obviously today we're going to be gathering all sorts of materials. Now I know what you're probably thinking. You can only fit so much in that item pouch, right? Well, worry not, because the guild provides hunters with their own field pouch. The field pouch is an extra pocket loaned out to hunters during quests, allowing you to store up to 8 more items. It might not seem like a lot, but it's definitely better than not having any extra space, right? Of course, once your quest is over, you'll have to fork it back to the guild. What happens to the items inside the field pouch when you return it? Don't fret. Any item left in the field pouch when you return it are sent to the village item box, so don't worry. The guild won't throw away what's rightfully yours. Perish the thought. Any items you pick up during a training quest don't count, though. You'll have to give those up. And don't try to pull a fast one and hide your field pouch or anything. I won't shy away from a good old search and seizure. Now, with that out of the way, let's focus on the task at hand here. We're gonna head into the Jurassic Frontier to harvest some items, combine them to make a mega potion, and then deliver it. But let's not jump the gun here. First, we gotta make a regular old potion and start things off. To make a potion, we're gonna have to combine a herb with a blue mushroom, both of which are famous for their healing properties. And then we take that potion and combine it with some honey for a sweet, healthy serving of mega potion. So, let's get started. Grab your guild-sanctioned supply and get to gathering those items on the double. Alright, your supplies this time include what's known as a book of combos. You see, there's a lot of times when a combination fails and all you wind up with is garbage. That's where this little book of combos comes in. It'll decrease the chances of you winding up with garbage. Wait. There's a chance that I will loot, like, what the Alright, like, that, what? There's a chance things won't combine? Oh my gosh. You don't have to do anything special for the book of combos to work. It's magic either. Just carry it around in your pouch and your combo success rate will improve. Just like that. Hold on to the other books of combos and your chances get even better. And just for you, I'm going to let you borrow 2 volumes of the book of combos because I'm just that nice. Just don't go mishandling the pages or throwing them away, okay? I'm not usually one for waterworks, but I'd be real bummed out if anything bad happened to them. Keep them safe. Field map, first aid, ration, mini whetstone, a portable spit, introductory text for first-time consumers, improving your combination success rate, book of combos 2, owning book 1, and this improves your combination success rate. Cool. Like, okay, in the modern Monster Hunter, you just need green herbs you just need herbs to make a potion. So this is like a first for me where they're like, oh, you need herbs and a mushroom. There should be some herbs growing around this area. Herbs can heal your health on their own, but are most potent as part of a potion. Why don't you try looking for some? I think you'll find them a little to your right if you go further ahead. Take a look. Alright, I guess we're talking about that thing there, or this thing down here. Oh, looks like there's some items you can gather nearby. You love items, right? I mean, who doesn't? Let me get you started on the path to a life of hoarding by teaching you all about how to gather items. Items aren't all that hard to find. Amazingly enough, just look for places that stand out and approach them to see if you can harvest them. From today, you'll be wanting to look for nice big blades of grass and big old mushrooms, which are where you'll find what you need for combining. Places where you can gather items are called gathering points. At least that's what I call them, and I'm never wrong. Anyway, once you found a gathering point, press the A button and get to work. After you've put away your weapon, of course. Don't think you'll find another spot after you gathered once. Sometimes you can get multiple items from the same spot, so it's not a bad idea to repeat the process a few times. If you want to keep going, just hold the A button and go crazy gathering stuff. Just be aware that some gathering points need a specialized item in order to gather items from them. I'll tell you more about those sorts of spots later, but for now, just know that you can't extract everything with just sheer gusto, even if the world would be better off for it. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Get together. Oh, goodness. Alright. I lost count of how many times I've collected herbs. We're collecting quite a lot of herbs. Normally, you only get like 2 from a place. Herb at maximum. Okay, okay. Alright, so now we need mushrooms. I wanted to get some meat. Hi there, Alu! Welcome to the stream! What's in the Zeebs? What's it? Where? Me? Me? I'm filled with himbo and muscle. Hi, I've seen you in Blue Foxy Nicey Icy stream like a few times. You're one of his regular chatters. Thank you for joining into my stream. I greatly appreciate it. Are you familiar with Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate? This is my first time playing it. Right now I'm looking for mushrooms. Oh wait, I can sprint. Totally forgot. I'm one of his mods with you. Yep. I'll be real with you, Alu. I forgot. This is why I'm himbo. I'm dumb as fuck, okay? I'm not really great at remembering the important details. Alright. Ooh, we got a butterfly? Can I collect it? Nah, I can't. Oh, I need a net in order to collect it. Okay. And then that's a kelpie. And then I reckon we'll find a mushroom down in section 3 where we're gonna go into like a dark and gritty place. You don't play a lot of Monster Hunter, but I love watching people play them. Nice. Nice, nice. Meanwhile, Dakota has just a little goober. Thank you for changing my shirt. It's all good. I'm 80 OCD, so my memory is garbage too. Fair enough, fair enough. Like, I recognized your name, but I didn't recognize like the lacking icons on the left side. So like, hang on a second. Like if I click on your name, yeah, you got a cool profile, which is cool. And then you've got like a turbo badge, which is fantastic. You don't have to deal with advertisement on my side. You got like Gamer Duo, Share the Love, September, Super Ultra Combo from 2023. Like, but yeah, I am like, Blue has a lot of moderators, doesn't he? He's got a few, doesn't he? I do love your model. Thank you. It's a pretty decent model. I got all kinds of good stuff. Look at it. Look at this. And this. And this. And then I can do this. Oh, and then I got one of these. Or I can give you one of these. So yeah. The thighs. Oh my, yeah. Himbo. I want to use your arms as a pull-up bar. Just fucking massive hunky arms, hunky thighs. Chunky. Now, there should be some blue mushrooms in this area. Blue mushrooms amplify the effects of things like medicines. Make them good to keep a healthy supply of. By combining a blue mushroom with a herb, you'll be able to make a potion. So let's find one. I think I spotted one further ahead and to the right. So go have a look yourself. Alright, so I had the good idea of like going into like an underground thingy-majiggies. Alright, there's a blue wait. Nope, that's just thingy-majiggies. Can I climb up this thing? Yes, I can. Wow, I see you come across a small step in your travels today. Not to worry, as long as you walk or run down an edge without stopping, you can climb over them. That's not all either. If you're on the edge of a ledge or cliff and dash off the edge, you can jump over them. And if you press the attack button while jumping, you can attack in midair. Alright, gathering. One. Oh, I only can collect one? Great. Looks like you managed to gather both a herb and a blue mushroom. Now that's done, I'm gonna teach you how to actually take those two things and combine them into something worthwhile. Now, at first, you might think this is all a bit of pain to do, but once you've learned the ropes, you'll see it's as easy as gargoyle pie. Just open up the start menu, choose the combine option, pick the two items you want to combine, and voila! You got yourself a new combined item. Actually, in the start menu, you've got two options, combine and combo list. For now, just use the combine option. You can learn more about the combo list by reading your hunter's notes in the start menu. You can't read them while out training, but when you're stuck out on a real quest, think about taking a gander. Getting back on track, why don't you take a crack at combine? Go to the combine menu, then choose the herb and blue mushroom to make a potion. Get to it. I'm just gonna get a few more potions. Hang on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god, I can click more than 9. 10, 11. Okay, so 10 is the maximum. It also probably doesn't help that I mostly lurk in stream, so I'm not one to provide a lot of context until I say something unhinged. All good, Alu. I usually, like, from what I've heard from other peeps and such, I can do a lot of yapping. So, you know, sometimes there's going to be topics where, you know, it doesn't really hit my fancy or what have you, so really nothing happens. But then there will be other cases where it's like, I'm gonna yap a lot. So, also I see Dakota being like, awooga. Awooga. 500 bits to see some real awooga. Alright, start menu, combine, first aid med. Where is, oh, here we go. So we do, so herb and potion. Alright, so we have a 100% success rate when we do potion. So you've successfully combined yourself a potion. Great. Potions heal your health more than just herbs by themselves. So it's good to keep plenty of them on you. You never know what you might need one. Combine a herb and blue potion. Don't forget what we actually have to make on this training quest though, right? That's right, we still need to make a mega potion, then deliver it. Which means that your potion there ain't gonna cut it by itself. We need to kick it up a notch for it to be up to snuff. Don't worry, I'll walk you through the whole process. Once you got a potion on you, making a mega potion is pretty straightforward. All you have to do now is go into the combine menu and this time combine your brand new potion with some honey. This will whip up a nice mega potion for you. If you don't have honey already, then hurry up and find a beehive. Chop chop. Sorry, I just want to... Alright, and then... Alright, and then... Hello. Ah, so I need to, like, climb down to do the thing. Alright, cool.
Oh,
Ah!
my boobies.
Thank you for
my
the 500
massive
bits!
titties, my super stuffed up milkies. My hunger bonger.
Okay, it doesn't look really great with, like, maybe I need to change the,
wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper...
There we go. Look at this! Also, the... Why isn't the physics doing the physics that I want it to do? God damn you. They're bigger! Wait, why is... Ah, because this is like something... Alright, hang on a second. I know how to do this. Nope. That doesn't do it. Oh, here we go. Bigger! Real awoogas. Best 17 bucks I spent. Oh, that's right. Bits you need to buy in like a combined total and shit. You can't like... You can't do like a what's a mahoozy thing. Hello. Hi there, Vector. Welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Thank you for the 500 bits, Dakota. You're like one of the first people to actually give me 500 bits so you can get like the peck expansion thing going off. So, yeah. I might make it cheaper, honestly. 500 bits might be too much. Alright, we're at the maximum. So, we got 3 first aids, we got 10 potions. Alright, so section 3, we can get to a mushroom and to a, We can get to mushrooms and, like, a weird, what's-a-mahoozy, mining thing. Meanwhile, section 4, oh, yep, I'm exhausted. Because I did not cook any meat. Oh, I just realized what this thingy-majiggy is doing. Hang on. There we go. Wait, why are they back down? Like, I thought I had... Hang on. How long was that going for? Action history. Yeah, I'm probably gonna... Hang on, where's the... So... Yeah, because I have, like, all these different kinds of bits. 500 is the cheapest, but I've got, like, you know, if you do boob with the cheers, tits, and then, for whatever reason, 600 bits. Let me have a look at... Services, timers... okay, so I have this... I only have this set at, like, 2 minutes. I'm gonna have this set to more like... So 150 does 2.5 minutes. 180 does 3 minutes. There we go. But yeah. Also, go support the unnamed hyena. They were really, really close to, you know, getting their TFF trips sponsored so they don't have to, you know, work while TFF is going off. I'd really appreciate it. I think you should be able to find yourself some honey right around here. You can harvest honey from beehives. Just keep going forward and you should run into a hive anytime soon. Alright. I'm guessing the beehive is that fella right over there. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've been doing fairly well, Victor. I actually got myself a, so my dad came over yesterday in the afternoon, and he dropped off for me a, what's called a tall boy. It's a piece of, it's a furnishing item where instead of, because like there's no drawers or anything like that in my new apartment. So my dad and my grandfather helped gift me a piece of furniture called a tall boy. So now I have like 7 different drawers. So now I have something for my, you know, my socks, pajamas, undies, and all that kind of nonsense. So now I have, rather than having them like laying all about, which means that there's even fewer boxes for me to have spewed about. So yeah. So I really appreciate that. So that was really great for my dad and my grandfather to help me do. All right, hang on. Combine. Sap. All right, so we need to combine a potion with honey. 1. There we go. Good work. You made a mega potion. As you might expect, mega potions are even better at restoring health than potions and herbs. Thanks to that honey, honey does the body good work. You probably get where I'm going with all this, yeah? Potions and mega potions are 2 items that are invaluable to you during hunts. Always check that you're carrying some before you go off on a quest. Don't get caught in a pinch just because you didn't bother to check your pouch. Now, hurry up with the delivery so we can call it a day. You do remember how to deliver an item, right? Well, let's review it just so we're both on the same page. Once you're back at base camp, you can deliver an item by opening the red box with the deliveries menu open by pressing the A to deliver when you're done. There we go. Plant that leaves coated in sticky sap, difficult to remove once attached. Cool. Nice. Alright. Ah, so right bumper does a block with the sword and shield. But yeah, it's a good thing I did this tutorial quest because I'm gonna be frank with you. I probably would have fucked it up because I thought potions only needed herbs. Ah, okay. Darn. I thought I would get, like, a thing from him. Is this guy sponsoring Mega Potions? What do you mean, sponsoring Mega Potions? Mega Potions is, like, a staple in Monster Hunter. Also, I'm just gonna... Once again, I'm running out of steam. Grab some... Hey! Freckles! Oh my god, my shirt has been stolen quite a few times if it's costing at least 1,000, himbo points to do it. Hey, you've got a you got a thingy. Chat, Freckles has got like a thingy. He's got a thingy to his name. It's a blah 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 partner. You're a Twitch partner now. Is that it? Is that what it is? Yes, partner. Congratulations. I am honestly impressed. Like quite frank, like I'll be quite frank with you. You've only been streaming for like a couple months, haven't you? Like you got to it like real fast. I'm impressed. Good work. Like I know you've got like prior experiences into streaming and what have you, like as well. You've streamed before on like Picardo and like some other like streaming things. So like going onto Twitch was like you only had to deal with like a little bit of a learning curve with like, you know, what's, you know, Twitch compliant and like, but yeah, congratulations. God, wish that were me. Yeah. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to add you to the I need to add you to my group, the stream. There we go. I need to add you to the streamer group. It took quite a while to adjust, yeah. But no, so yeah, chat. If none of you are aware, Freckles is a furry artist. They are that Freckles. There we go. They are a furry artist. They do some amazing work and what have you. Actually, one of the things they've made, give me a second. I'm gonna grab it. They've done a few pieces of art of your Zeebs, which I really appreciate. And one of the artworks that they did, which honestly was so great, and like I still get a kick out of it, is this one here. I didn't commission them for this. They were just like, you know what? It's really funny that Grant keeps getting his shirt stolen. I am so annoyed when people decide to just yoink my shirt that he was like, righto, here's some silly art, and it's me getting my fucking shirt stolen. And I'm just like, no, my pecs. He's an amazing artist, all right? And the fact that he's a Twitch partner just should go to like provide like more proof that this is the case as well. You should honestly go and check out more of Freckle. Wait, why is there multiple whetstones? What in the world? Like, oh my gosh, I'm playing through classic Monster Hunter, so like I remember seeing a meme of like, back in my day you had to pay to go on quest. You used paintballs to keep track of monsters, and you had to mine your own whetstones. I'm used to whetstones just being like, you know, a supply item that you get to use all the time. If you ever want to reorganize your stuff before a quest but can't go back home, lucky for you, we have an item box right next to quest gate. We put it there just for you. Anyway, here's all the questing actions lined up for you today. We are just going through the basics right now. Make us proud out there. So yeah, I am like honestly like confused by like, cause like for instance, potions require mushrooms and herbs. In modern Monster Hunter, I don't need mushrooms to create a potion. I just need herbs. Guess who? That's right, it's the best instructor in the world, here to teach you all about the fine arts of mining. It's back-breaking work though, so you sure you're ready? All right. Just what I like to hear. Keep up that spirit and you'll be the instructor's pet. Not that that gives you any perks. Now remember how I told you before that sometimes you need special tools to gather items? Well, before you go out and mine some ore, you'll need to take a look inside your supply box. This ought to be a pickaxe inside the supply box. Don't worry about that fact and that it looks a little beat up. It'll still help you uncover items buried inside rocks, and that's all that matters. Pickaxes are strictly for mining, so while you won't be able to stick them in any monster hides, you'll find them plenty useful. Pickaxes let you extract ores from bedrock. You'll work up a sweat using them, but sweat on the brow is what makes a hunter a hunter. Your hard work is sure to dig up some rocks so valuable you'll find more like a treasure hunter. Hi, Big DJ. Welcome, welcome. Well, you're not gonna extract anything just standing around waiting all day. Go take out the old pickaxe from the supply box and look for a place where you can find yourself some ore. Alright, pick up the map, pick up first aid, ration. Yeah, mini whetstone. Portable, and then an old pickaxe. There we go. Meow. I know where we can go for some mining thingamajiggies. Also, might as well pick up some potions. Might as well pick up some green herb while I'm at it. So yeah, how's it going on your side, Big DJ? It's still Saturday evening for you, isn't it? Oh, I can pick up 2 more. Hang on. There we go. Alright. Meow. Alright. So, we were able to find... So, we know there's mining stuff in, Section 4. Yeah, it's about 7 p.m. for you? Righto, righto. Yeah, 7 p.m. sounds like a... Like, I started streaming, like, 8 o'clock my time, so that would have been around about... So yeah, it's 7 p.m. for you. It would have been, like, 6 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock, depending on, like, whether you're rounding up or rounding down your time. If you want to find some of that iron ore you'll need for your delivery, try looking for rocks that sparkle. That's an indication that you can mine from that spot. Sometimes they're not so obvious, though, so keep your eyes peeled. You're okay, a little sick, but you're taking meds and drinking ginger and honey tea to help. Ooh, that's good. I haven't had tea in a long while. I have all kinds of, like, peppermint tea, honey. Like, I have all kinds of different teas in my kitchen right now, but I'm way too addicted to the Pepsi and the Cokes. Oh, excuse me. And I've lost track of how many blue mushrooms I've picked up. I'm a very loot goblin-y kind of person. There we go. Alright, we picked up... Nope, come on. Get moving. Alright. Wall... Yep, we already know about the wall climbing. Sheath it, move up the wall. Because we did that by accident in the previous quest, so... You're looking... So let's get to work. With the old pickaxe selected, walk up to the rock and use the pickaxe. You'll know you can use your pickaxe to mine something when you see a pickaxe icon floating above your head. When you do, just press the A button or manually select the pickaxe you want to use and press the Y button to get cracking on that rock. Oh, don't think pickaxes last forever, because they don't. Not unlike your beloved instructor's heart. Pickaxes can and will break after enough punishment. Make sure you carry spares whenever you decide to channel your inner miner. Now that's how a hunter mines. You did great for your first time. After getting your hands a little dirty, I'm sure you're just about ready to dig up the whole mountain. Few things feel better as a hunter than to assess a situation, pick the right tool for the job, and get her done. The items that you're picked up for mining are absolutely indispensable for making weapons, armor, and the like. So if you know what's good for you, you won't make this the last time you ever pick up a pickaxe. Now, before you head back to camp to deliver your iron ore, I want to tell you how you can quickly descend cliffs. It's even easier than mining. Just either dash or evade in the direction you want to go, and you'll take off with a great big jump. Land on your feet like a big old feline. Go on, give it a shot. Before that... I wonder if the 2 means that, like, it can... Ah, god damn it. Alright, so... Ooh, hang on. Alright, let's have a look at the item pouch. So we've got 1 old pickaxe, 7... Alright, so we can do, like... 3... 2... 1. There we go. Alright. Dashing off the cliff. There we go. And then we got a mini whetstone that we can use 5 times. It's gonna be a bit of a learning curve dealing with, like...
Big DJ demands you drink.
Alright, self-care time. Here we go. Sippies! need to be careful not to drink so much that I'm gonna need to take a piss break before we even get to hunting monsters. Like, it's crazy. We've been at this for it took me an hour to get into this game because of some issues with the, with my capture software and such. But, yeah. We'll get through this. We'll get through this. I feel like I've gone through, like, the essential aspects of, monster huntering. I think I've gone through, like, the essential, aspects. So, there we go. I have so many more, like, training quests I could be going on, getting little pieces of Zenny when I do so.
I refuse to elaborate, because I don't know what I just said.
Hi, Blue! Welcome to the stream! Blue, 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 Blue. I have a new shirt. I have a new shirt that I want to show you. Because of all the monster huntering that I've been doing, it seems appropriate that I show you... Ah? Oh, maybe he doesn't have a good. Let me zoom in. I need to kill this man. What's wrong? What's wrong with Rajang? What's wrong with our boy Rajang? He's just a silly monkey. Look at him with his big old grin. He's just a silly monkey. Hi there, Terry. Oh, Terry's another one of Blue's regular viewers. Alu is lurking in the stream right now. Did you tell PTSD moment? He says PTSD moment, but really, like, anytime we've played Monster Hunter, I've had to deal with difficult monsters as well. You demanded that I get up to Fatalis in Monster Hunter World, and you know what? I did. I got up to Fatalis, and I did take him on, and I went further than you expected me to. So I feel like I deserve, some, leniency when I ask you to, hey, let's go face off against Rajang together. But yeah, I've been going through some of the Hunter basics. The cooking of well-done steak is a lot. You are a fucker who wants to keep fighting Rajang for no reason. Because it's fun. Blue doesn't like Rajang because Blue has the main character syndrome while playing as Insect Glaive or Dual Blades, that apparently if there's a monster that will do grabs or tackles or special moves, apparently Blue is targeted.
Hello!
It's so funny. Kiaru, hi! Welcome! It has been so long, in fact, that you had to follow me again after who knows how long. I see the little notification. I saw that little notification 13 hours ago, basically yesterday evening, that you started following me again. I greatly appreciate it. You had a social problem. Ah. Understood. Understandable. Thank you so much for following again, though. I do greatly appreciate it. We don't need to talk about the social problem if you don't want to. But yeah, anywho's Blue. What the fuck? Potions require mushrooms and herb combinations? You need a pickaxe to mine things? Some months ago, Brian decided everyone hates me, unfollowed everyone. Ah, okay. Oh, Brain. Oh, darn it. Look, it's okay. It's okay to be himbo. Ah. That's a shame. I wonder if there's any other, like, it can see that you've spent like 72,000 points and everything like that as well. Like, that's the interesting thing, is that my whatsamahoozy, my streamer bot can see that, like, you've actually, like, been, you've spent points on me and such like that. 72,000 points in 15 hours. Welcome back to the old days. So wait, so I'm very much wanting to go through more of this basic training. I need to adjust, like, the bones and what have you, because... There we go. Alright. Alright. Fishing time! Like, it took me, like, an hour to get this game up and running because the Whatsamahoozee, capturing was not properly working and what have you, so I had to, like, you know, do some Whatsamahoozies. Ooh, actually, what I can probably do is I can go to my quote system, because I reckon Kiaru has definitely done a quote on my Whatsamahoozee. I've got, like, so many from Sour Cream, Vulpecula, Ruby, Alvirus, Arandajo, more Sour Cream, more Jason, Derp, Arandajo, Jason, Bone Mask Dog, Avalon, Chimera. Kiaru has definitely done a quote. I swear they've done a quote for me. Yeah, they've done a quote for me. Back in 2022, when I was going through... Oh, Jesus Christ. 4 years ago, I was mentioned. Yeah, you've done some quotes for me. I have, like, a little database file from StreamerBot of, like, all the people that have quoted me and such like that. So, the earliest quoting was from 2022 in January, when I was playing through God of War. And then, meanwhile, if I, like, there's a lot of, like, I've gone through the Lego Star Wars in 2022, Final Fantasy XIV, Titan Quest, Anniversary Edition, Control, Alan Wake was from 2022. I then went through, like, a huge amount of Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5 remix. That was a lot. And that went on until, let's see. Yeah, it went on until, like, October. Yep, October. I then played a lot of Scorn. I played a little bit of Dying Light 2. Yep, I was still going through Kingdom Hearts all the way through November and December. And then I got to Dream Drops Distance in 2023. Like, oh my goodness. I have been streaming for a long time. Also, what restrictions did I put on people being able to quote me and shit? Hang on a second. Let me just double check the quote systems. Ding. Quotes, here we go. Add a quote. Moderators, subscribers, and VIPs. Ah, okay, so I've allowed it on them. Moderators, I've allowed removal of quotes, and then everyone is allowed to grab a quote. So, yeah. Hey, it's me, the world's greatest instructor on everything under the sun. That includes today's topic, how to catch fish and insects. Hope you're not squeamish around either of those, because your life's about to get full of them, Hunter. You're not? Great. Makes my life easier. I need a piss. I am so sorry, chat. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to do a quick piss break. I am so sorry. Give me a min. Piss break. So sorry. Bathroom break. Bathroom break. If it's because of Kojima saying face syndrome kind of nonsense or something like that, but bam. Yeah, okay. Bathroom break. Ooh. Hello?
The name's
That's a running joke, by the way. Whenever that happens, when Eva's in a scene, you look at her tits.
Oh my god.
You bitch! You bitch! You do that
Completely out of context. This is out of context. What is it that you like about GrantZeebs? His content. Everyone loves GrantZeebs for the content. Isn't that right, everyone? All right. I'm back. I also went and got myself... I went and got myself some, what's-mahoozy? Some, peanut butter pretzels because they were delicious. All right, here we go. Great, makes my life easier. Now, this training quest is special in that it comes with a sub-quest. This is an optional quest in addition to your main objective that will provide you with extra rewards. If you want to check out what sub-quest you have for your current quest, open the start menu and look under quest info. Once you're done, check that info, make your way over to the slide box. I think you'll find some things inside that'll get you real excited. Hop to it. Glutton tuna is the main quest, sushi fish is the next one. Now I've done my job right. There should be an old bug net inside that supply box if it's a little worn out, but it'll still work for your purposes. Rest assured, bug nets let you catch insects flying around turfs of grass or whatever you might find them. There are a lot of different insects you can gather, and some can even be used for fishing bait. You can probably guess what I want you to do for this exercise. Go grab that old bug net out of the supply box and see if you can find a place with some bugs. Sound good? Now let's get busy. Oh my goodness, I have to capture my own bait? What is this, Blue? Get in here, get in the VC and explain to me the fucking ludicrousness of, oh, I have to capture my own bait. I need mushrooms with the herbs to create potions. Pickaxes can get worn out. Like, what the fuck is up with that? Faint yourself right now. No, I am not gonna faint myself, all right? This is the training missions. These are training quests. I'm not gonna get carded in a fucking training quest. Hey, look, a butterfly.
Yep.
If you see insects fluttering around in the air, that's a sign you found a place to catch them. They might be puny compared to what you'll most often be dealing with as a hunter, but that doesn't make them any less important. With that in mind, why don't you see if you can find some insects somewhere in this area? If you cart, they might give you something. Nuh-uh. Do not lie to me like that. You found some insects. Now it's time to whip out the bug net. You'll know you're at a spot you can use when you see a bug net icon floating above your head. Once you do, just press the A button or select your favorite bug net and press the Y button to catch bugs. But, like with most everything in life, bug nets have their limits, which is to say they will probably you see them break after you use them several times. That's especially true with the old bug net you've been supplied with today. So, if you think you're gonna start a bug collection, always make sure you bring spares with you, okay? Yay! Oh my god, the old bug net broke on the first try. Hey, I see you caught yourself a worm. Good on you. I know it might feel slimy, but treat it nice because worms like that are used for fishing bait. There are other insects that double as fishing bait too, like the mega fishing fly, so be on the lookout for those. The great thing about worms is that you don't always need a bug net to find them. You can also gather them from other places. If you're thinking of going fishing, it'll be a good idea to catch lots of them ahead of time. A lot of insects that you catch with bug nets are also materials that you can put towards making equipment of other items. So don't hesitate, catch as many as you can whenever you find pockets of the critters floating around.
Double rations. Great.
Hi there, Blue.
Oh, hello. Hello.
This is like... I have to deal... Shit, it's broken. God fucking damn it. Alright. Now I need to go fishing. I think I can go fishing back in, like, section 1. Also, is my thingy-majiggy streaming? So if you have the opportunity, you can watch it.
It's pixelated to hell.
Yeah, that's just the quality of the game. Look at it. Or it could be the fact that it's like, you know, 720p. Hang on. Yeah, it's like 30 frames a second, 720p. Let me change it to 1080p then for you. All right, are you happy now?
It is still pixelated.
One second, chat. I need to fix this. Full screen this nonsense. Stop the preview window, preview, and the application is going to be... There we go. Try...
Okay, much better. I can see the actual leaves. And we're back to no signal.
There we go. No, it's just because I had to, like, change, like, thingamajiggy. It doesn't, like... Alright. Might as well pick up some herbs while I'm at it. Also, this was a game made for the like the 3DS. So excuse me if it has like a little bit of like I was in the downloads menu earlier and like the preview window was like so pixely.
Dude, you seen me stream 3DS and DS. At least I got it going.
Alright, I just need to find a fishing spot. So, because I imagine, like, the fishing spot is out over here.
I'm wondering if you have been through hell yet, where you can get knocked by a monster into a loading zone, go into the next area, then get knocked back by another monster.
Wait, that's in this game? I've seen a TikTok of someone doing that.
Yeah, loading zone, like, each area has loading zones.
Yeah, I know each area has loading zones. I'm seeing that, but I meant, like, there was a TikTok out there where someone got body slammed by, like, one monster, which, you know, threw him off a cliff and got him into a loading zone. They loaded up for an entirely different monster to see them, and then just, you know, do a little hit on them, and then they got loaded back into the previous zone.
Yeah, that can actually happen.
Oh my god.
And because you can't see where monsters are unless you paintball them.
Oh yeah, I realized we got paintballs, and I feel like that's what they're for. Also, you need combo books in order to, you know, increase the chances of successfully combining items? It's not just a guarantee?
Yeah.
What the Why? Why did they introduce that?
Remember, this was before Monster Hunter World made everything easier.
I wonder
Like,
if like this is what's gonna hang me up. It's just like the whole like all the tedious shit before we get to the hunting part.
This is why I told you, forget everything you knew from World onwards once you go back.
All right. Okay. Right now I'm just trying to find like a fishing spot. Oh, what the fuck? What the? What's that? Chat, look at this GIF. That is quite literally just a GIF of a lizard. Look at him. Look at this little guy.
You sure that's a lizard?
It's flat fuck. It's flat as fuck. Look at him. Yeah, it's literally just a PN. Like it's. Okay, no, it's a 3D model. Okay, because like if I do this, like. Oh wait, no, it's a GIF that has a little bit of like, you know, moving around. Also, is that a monster or is that a flying thing?
You'll find out later.
Oh my god. Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game, I suppose. Alright, so where in the actual fuck do I fish? Advice. Ding dong. Worms can be used as fishing bait. You can when you find pockets of critters floating around. Oh, am I still in like the wrong section? They want me to go to like section 4 now. Also, I'm running out of stamina, so... Nice, they dropped something. Water lily root. Nice. So, when did you first play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate Blue?
It's been quite a long while. I can't exactly remember.
Long ago, when the 3DS first released in circa 2012.
But I'll tell you this, like, 3DS era, I believe, was such a golden age.
Here we go, chat. Listen to this Nintendo fanboy tell it how it is. Go ahead. Tell us how it is back in the good old days.
So, if you were bored, you would bring your 3DS around with you. During when the 3DS was pretty much the most sold handheld at the time, people would just carry their 3DS and you would just street pass all the time.
Oh yeah, Street Pass is still a thing, I'm pretty sure. Like, I remember going to Furdu, like, my first year, and I had my 3DS with me, and I got, like, 1 or 2 people with it.
You won't get as much nowadays, but back then, instantly going through a crowd, you probably fill up half of your slots before you have to go and empty them out again.
That's impressive. I feel a little ashamed that I wasn't a gamer during, like, this, you know, Gen 7 comp hype. Because, like, the 3DS came out during Gen 7, like the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox, right?
No, that was DS. 3DS came out after, so I would say probably 2011, 2012. It was probably closer to the end of the Xbox 360s.
Ah, okay, so Gen 8, I think. Is it? Hang on.
Yeah.
It's at
It
this
should be
point
around there.
It's at this point we open up the, let's open up the Opera GX and have a look. So yeah, I don't have that many monitors. All right. Also, I did like the little thingamajig. I was honestly stunned how, like, base game Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate is just 105 monsters. Like, that's over twice as many from Wilds.
Yeah, because they went crazy with their monsters. You have so many things to go around and fight. It's great. But the problem with it is that because there's so many monsters, it's so hard to try and balance their gear.
So, would it be a case of, like, the gear was too powerful for some monsters, or that the monsters were too powerful for some of the gear?
It's some gear is just not worth using. Completely outright.
Oh, that's a shame.
So there's no reason to fight that monster.
Alright, so the Nintendo 3DS was released February 2011, succeeding the DS and the DSi. Retained the clamshell, backwards compatibility, introducing audio stereoscopic 3D. That is such a weird phrase to read. Yeah, 8th generation console began in 2012, consisting of 4 home video game consoles. Wait, they consider the Nintendo Switch an 8th gener? Oh, because Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Nintendo. Sorry, I saw Xbox One of, like, 2013, and I was like, the Xbox One was in 2013. I thought it was, like, much later because they were still releasing, like, nonsense. The OLED, Chinese market, and then they'd have all these comparisons. Where's the handheld? Here we go, handheld. The PS Vita was the only competitor. I think that's one of the crazier things, is like, the Switch blurs the line between handheld and console at this point, but, like, if you look at handheld, it's like, unless you want to include mobile games, which I think is just a giant on their own, like, Nintendo has fucking no competitors. Like...
No, Nintendo has pretty much mobile games as their biggest competitor, but the problem is, a Switch doubles as a console and a handheld. That's, like, the unique thing about it. There are copies out there. The Steam Deck is currently its opposition. It's not perfect.
It's not perfect, but the thing is, as well, is I would, like... Here's the thing, is that the Nintendo Switch enters into a weird... Like, I think it's a home console, first and foremost, because, like, you know... it's... Like, Nintendo was never about being, like, powerhouse consoles and such. It was all about... It's a first-party, you know, built to their specifications, doing some sort of innovation, and, you know, it was heavily subsidized in cost because this is where you went for your Mario, your Sonic, your Donkey Kong, and whichever IPs that you wanted that only Nintendo had. And sure, there's a little bit of like multi-console stuff going on, but from what we've seen with like the new CEO for Xbox games and the current PlayStation, like Sony CEO, it looks like they're all looking to like kind of like lean back into consoles, because like I'll be frank with you, CPU like RAM and hard drive prices are going to be going up. And like sure, so, like me, Blue, and some people might see like the the 4 steps ahead problem where price, like everything is just going to go up in price. The average consumer picking up a console is not normally doing the research of being like, yes, because of the movement of changing from RAM and consumer product to RAM server and their incompatibility to go from one to the other, we are going to see a lower supply of the RAM that's available for consumers, which is going to drive up demand, and with a lower supply will increase the prices. And because that even the supply of the RAM itself is not going to be replenished in the same yearly cycle because of the new interest in AI RAM, we are going to see an increase in all of our other products that are using it. Like the average consumer of consoles isn't going to have that. So I reckon like Sony and Xbox are like, they're probably going back to exclusives like a little more heavily. So then the next generation of consoles that they do, it's still going to be expensive for them to do, but there's going to be a little more like, at least on the finance side, to be like, yes, we are going to subsidize some of this console, and it might be more than normal, but we're prepping for that ahead of time because of going much heavier into exclusivity, which, Nintendo has always done. Nintendo is one of those weird companies where, like, they're not trend chasing, like, and that's, like, for better or for worse. Anyway, I've got, like, so much to go. For today's trading quest, you've got to deliver both a glutton tuna and a sushi.
Byron paid me to say what Grant doesn't want you to know is he does the 6-7 thing with his booba when people aren't looking.
Delete that message. I want that out of Kiaru's brain. Blue, blast that message. Can you? Oh, it's redeemed. Thank you, Blue.
So, here's the thing that I keep saying. I actually like the idea of exclusives.
Yeah, I do too.
Sure, it's okay. By not having exclusives, what happens is people will gravitate what is the most preferable platform. And right now, it's Steam. I actually don't see much of a reason to buy a PS5 unless you want, some resemblance of a console. But at that point, you can just get a controller for your PC and just do that. You also got to pay for the online to be able to play with people online, excluding certain games like Fortnite. It's a contractual thing that they have. Yep. So if you play Fortnite on the Switch, you don't need Nintendo Switch Online to play online. It's just part of the deal. But to have exclusives, it gives people like a choice of what they want. As I said before, I always seen Xbox more on certain genres of games, the PlayStation certain genres, and you go to Nintendo if you want anything kid-friendly.
Yeah.
Most of the time. That's why if you're going to get something for your kids, get them a Switch.
I agree. Like I'm like, my thoughts on like why something like the exclusivity is a good thing is like is sort of on your thing, is like, because we as consumers we want choice. Always, like as much as some people are like, oh, just let Steam do everything, why don't Nintendo games go on Steam and such like that, that ends up doing a monopoly. And while everyone is like, in agreement of like, Steam's like probably one of the better publishers and such like that, you do not want monopolies. Like, I don't care how good the company is, you don't want monopolies. Anywhoosies. With exclusivities like on consoles, what companies are able to do is they're able to subsidize the cost of the hardware. So while like the R&D cost and, you know, maybe just the bare bones cost of making the PlayStation 5 could be, you know, maybe it's, you know, something crazy where it's more like $700 or $800 per unit for them to make, Sony isn't selling us an $800 console. They're selling us a $500 console or something like that. And the reason they do that is because they say, oh, these are games that will be released. And because of their IP, which, you know, when you're doing fantasy shit like, oh, IP or story and shit, you can have the price be higher than the material cost. Like, it doesn't, like, a Blu-ray DVD doesn't cost $90. A Blu-ray DVD costs like, you know, $20 per unit or something crazy like that. But the content on it, because of like, you know, labor and design and imagination and all that kind of nonsense, it starts going up a little bit more. But at the end of the day, you can't put a price on creativity and imagination. So, and because of that, it can be whatever price you want. And, you know, sure, there's all kinds of like economic things of like, you know, market direction and, you know, inflation and and like, you know, all these small costs. But the point is that because they're able to subsidize the console, they are able, like, what's essentially happening is that they're able to create, you know, a, like, because basically the consoles are operating like a PC with their own operating system at this point, and that ideally is meant to be cheaper than buying a PC that, yes, can do all kinds of stuff, but, you know, is, like, you know, a lot more expensive than a console if you're only interested in playing video games on your TV. Also, hi there, Ozlupo. I like Monopolies because I can play as the dog piece in the board game. I love the car. Oh, actually, fun fact. Do you know what the top 3 Monopoly pieces are in Monopoly games? Blue, do you know?
No, I don't.
All right, the top 3 Monopoly pieces are the top hat, the car, and the dog. The dog is the #1 favorite piece picked, like, by Monopoly players when they polled people.
Yeah, no one cares about the thimble or the iron or the shoe.
No, who gives a shit? That's fucking ludicrous. That just feels like, you know, a byproduct of, like, the fact that Monopoly was a board game invented to be a cautionary tale about capitalism, not an instruction guide to the Australian housing market.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, like, it's a pain in the ass to play Monopoly online because you have to go through, what is it, an EA or Ubisoft account, and then you get to play online.
Yep.
Yeah, and here's the thing, I don't want to go through that. I just want to do the multiplayer. Why do I have to go through their sort of thing?
Because
that's why
they did the work
Monopoly
of, like,
has,
you know, setting up the servers and all that kind of nonsense.
yeah,
so...
but this is why Monopoly on Steam has negative reviews.
Because you have to go through the what's-a-whoozy, the server. Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe that's why people will go to something like Tabletop Simulator and then just, you know, play Monopoly there with their house rules. Give me a glutton fish. I don't care for the sushi fish. Come on.
I want to play Monopoly with people. Like, I bought a copy of the block Monopoly because it was under $10.
Ah, damn it. Here we go. You have... Actually, I have Uno. Fun fact. I do have Uno, but it's like on the Ubisoft servers and such like that. There. Oh! This is a big one. Hey, looks like a glut. Also, hi there, Oz. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time. Hopefully you had a wonderful time playing Resident Evil 5 with your friends. Looks like a glutton tuna's bit your line. Congrats. Don't think your job's done, though, because bigger fish are harder to reel in. If you wait too long to reel in big catches, they'll pull out and escape from your clutches before you know it. What you're looking at here is a test of who's stronger, you or the fish. When you've got a big fish on your line, furiously move the left stick around and tap the A button repeatedly to reel it in and nab it. You gotta be quick when trying to reel in a fish or else they'll get away. If you see a big one at the end of the line, you don't have any time to waste. Pull it fast. Left button, so left stick or A. Build up and then you can reel in when the gauge is full. Ah, okay. There we go. That is so much easier than the fishing game over in Monster Hunter Wilds when you get like the bigger fish.
Yeah. It's faster as well. But then again, I'm just here using my capture net on everything.
Yeah. I love just definitely fun having Master Chief and Lara Croft. I love that clip on TikTok where it shows like, you know, it shows Lara Croft in the cutscene and the guy's just like, she looks a little different. Did you put fucking mods in this? And he's like, no. And then the camera pans to Master Chief. And I love that when they did the pan, that they decide to put in post the Master Chief song, like, dun, 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 dun. So good. So yeah. But yeah. Oh, I went through Resident Evil Requiem Blue. It was kind of fun.
Neat.
Yeah. So, because I haven't gone through all the Resident Evil games. I think I've gone through the fun ones. I've gone through Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil Biohazard, Resident Evil Village, and now Resident Evil Requiem. So yeah. They like I need to find the article at some point, but apparently just let me hand in everything at once, please. You don't have to, like... There we go. It wasn't necessary for this quest, but there are some baits that attract specific kinds of fish. If you're hankering for something in particular, there are a lot of different kinds. You can make them all by combining items with a mega fishing fly. Nice. Resident Evil 5 and 6 is fun in co-op, but by itself, it's definitely something. I reckon, like, I'll probably... It is very much tempting to go through the Resident Evil 5 and 6. I don't know if I want to go through, like, the Resident Evil games again. Partially. Like, I don't... Like, should I go through the numbered ones? Because, like, there's Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil... Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and then we've got 5, 6, and then it goes back up to Biohazard and shit. Ooh, I need to play some items. I'm making my way through the Monster Hunters, I swear, Blue.
I'm just here trying to fix one of my decks again.
Oh, your, what's in the Whoosies? Your, Yu-Gi-Oh decks? Or Monster, or your,
my
Magic.
commander decks.
Okay.
I'm just trying to put in fetch lands and one copy of the gold saucer.
I need to find, there's a TikTok where it's like, oh man, they have my favorite character from Magic the Gathering, and they're like looking at, like, you know, The Walking Dead, and then there's like, and then they go and see like a thing of like the gold sauce, and they're like, oh, it's my favorite place in Magic the Gathering, and then it's just like, oh, it's a team from Magic the Gathering. Oh, that's that Magic the Gathering TV show. Oh, that's that Magic the Gathering movie. It's so silly.
Yeah, because the golden saucer, like the land itself, taps for colorless. You can pay 2, tap, flip a coin. If you win the flip, create a treasure.
Ooh.
And you can pay 3, tap it, sacrifice 2 artifacts, draw a card.
So wait, tap, pay 3, sacrifice the land. That's the cost?
No, you sack 2 artifacts. You keep the land.
Ah, okay. Hey, it's me, the best instructor in the world. Today, I'll be introducing you to the wonderful world of transporting. Carnivorous egg, back to what's Whoosies. First, you'll need to look for a nest. Now, with my intuition, tells me you'll probably find carnivore eggs in the deepest part of this region. Never wrong about this stuff, you know. Should be easy enough for as long as you watch your stamina convention. Other than that, I've got no more hints for you. Just make sure you take the rations I've left inside the supply box. Eat them to load up on stamina. You'll be awesome. Cool.
Surprisingly, the card I've been putting into a lot of my decks is Restoration Magic from Final Fantasy V.
Oh. They've made this area a lot bigger now.
Like, because this card is useful. Like, you pay 1 white for the initial cast, and then if you pay 0, you do cure. pay 1 extra, you get Cura, and you pay 4, you get Curaga.
Ooh, yes, nice. So those are like the bigger big heals.
Like, Cure is just, you make one thing hexproof indestructible for the turn. Cura does the same thing as Cure, except you also gain 3 life. There's no point in paying the extra 1 for that.
Yeah. Ah, damn it.
And you pay 4 extra, you just make all your stuff indestructible and hexproof. And gain 6 life.
Okay, cool. I got to the right section in time.
So I like the idea of it having multi-use. Like, you can either single target, or you just protect everything.
Yeah. My gut's feeling says there's a nest somewhere inside this area you're in. Look for scattered bones, cracked eggshells, stuff like that. These are signs that a big monster lives around here. Once you know what to look for, be sure to commit to its memory, because it will definitely come in handy during later quests. It'll be tempting to just run off with a carnivore egg once you spotted it, but I bet there are Macau. Am I saying that word correctly? M-A-C-C-A-O?
Yeah.
Macau?
Yeah.
Macau lying in wait for you. I'd say, hey, before you do anything else, you should focus on driving those buggers off. Take them out first, then set your sights on that egg. You're getting, Gonna teach you how to evade. Left thumbstick and B to forward dodge. Dodging is your best way to get rid of trade-offs is consuming stamina. If you press B while your weapon is sheathed, you'll crouch. You can also evade after doing an attack to avoid leaving yourself exposed to any attack, now that you know. Ow! Fuck.
Freaking that neighbor's dog won't shut up.
Ow. Oh my god, this feels jacked. Oh, nice!
Yeah.
What to do?
Yeah, how do you think I feel when I go back to playing old stuff? I have to completely forget everything. And people wonder why I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 for the PS2 rather than play the remixes.
What's wrong with the remixes?
The funny thing is, with the remixes, there's actually things that have been changed compared to the originals. Like, it's not just, you know, unskippable cutscenes being skippable and all that.
Oh,
Some
shit.
item locations don't exist.
What do you mean?
And, like, some chests in the original don't appear in the remix. And how they do damage, or the selection of, you know, your initial, you know, between sword, wand, and shield, that changes as well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, like, your damage output is different. But still, I do recommend people play the remixes over the originals, just because of ease of access and quality of life.
So wait, you recommend the original on PlayStation 2?
No, I recommend people play the remix over the originals.
Ah, okay, cool. 'Cause that's what I did.
The originals, I only would say play if you really want to know what it was like back then.
I don't need to know. I'm not one of those, like, nostalgia, rose-tinted glass viewers where I think that the greatest generation of like, you know, whatever video game was from the generation when I was a kid. Sure, I miss the feelings I had when I was a kid, but that's because, you know, we grew older. Oh, shit.
There's also other things like the Riku boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 1, like the final one, Riku Anthem. His pattern is completely different depending on which version of Kingdom Hearts you play.
Oh.
When you know how you beat him by just trying to stun lock the hell out of him and then just dodge his attack and repeat?
Isn't that how you deal with all bosses?
Yeah, but depending on which version you play, his retaliation attack is different. and that affects your ability to actually stun lock him.
Okay, because I think isn't like the one I like familiar with because of like 1.5 remix is that if you like kept hitting him like too many times, then like the black ghost thingy-majiggy would like do a little block. Hi there, Kahlua.
Yep.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go. Carnivorous egg.
Yeah, so depending on which version you play, this also includes the Japanese version of the game. It's either gonna be an easier boss fight or it just takes longer.
I do like that the main shrinks instead of just disappearing. It's meant to like disappear, I think, but yeah, shrinking. Like I guess it makes it show it's like as if I'm aging. How goes it, Kahlua? How is Fortnite?
Jeez, what's that freaking sponsorship that was going around regarding hair loss?
Ashley and Martin?
Was it?
Oh no. I don't have hair problems. Pilot. Okay, so Kahlua knows what it is. You He says he's a good lion. So.
I'll tell you this though, like I know that I will not get bald in the future.
You got them good genes.
Yeah, I'm also the type that actually look really good with silver hair.
Bastard. Me, meanwhile, alright. So, slaying and... do I want to deal with the slaying and cap? No, I think I've done as much as I should. Let's start doing some quests. And I didn't even properly read that. Hang on a second. What's the quest they want me to do? Deliver 8 unique ferns. And 10 unique mushrooms.
I'm still currently deciding if I want to actually stream today or not.
Why not?
I know I got tomorrow off because of Adelaide Cup.
Why? I have hair problems in the wrong places. So, I don't have hair problems. I'm very fortunate where, besides the autism, there was, like, despite all the different genetic bullshit that my family has, like, on one side of the family or the other, like, eyes or, thing. I don't know why I'm talking this stuff. Also, who the fuck are you? Hey, well, what can I do for ye, Hunter? I reckon this will you better than me. Hang on to it, you hear? Oh, cool. Mulberry. And then we got... what pill here? Oh, nice. Alright, I don't need all of that. I'll keep the well done steak. Put you away.
Man, fetch lands have gone down in price. What the heck's going on?
Well, that's a good thing, right? Grant Johnson, Barbie horse. Well,
it
I'm a
is.
Barbie horse, but yeah. Also, check out this shirt. Got a monster on this shirt.
I don't mind the fetch lands going down in price, but some of them haven't been reprinted since Modern Horizons 2.
Well,
or maybe because they appear as
decade.
Or maybe it's because they're being printed as special guests. Well, I should actually pick up some fetch lands again.
The fuck is that?
Tuck here.
Oh, you can get things.
Yeah, so me just adding 3 fetch lands just increased the price of my deck by $100 US.
Ah, yes. Magic the Gathering. And they tell you it's not pay to win.
Like, the era of being able to build a deck for cheap is almost long gone. Like, you can't exactly build really cheap, because by default, your budget immediately goes over by just adding one card.
It's annoying, to say the least.
I'm not even saying this from a new player's point of view. Like, I just added Smothering Tithe to this deck, and it immediately added $65 US.
To be fair, Smothering Tithe is a very powerful card.
It is, yeah. But I have so many copies of this thing. I think I have like 5 of them. But I didn't buy them. I just cracked them like the freaking crazy guy I am.
Yeah. Hey, unique ferns. This is what we want. Recently received your lead white oil paints, classic Dutch Golden Age and Renaissance paint. Ah, nice, nice. Good to hear. Good to hear, YY.
If anyone asks why am I able to build decks as easily, it's just because I have a collection already. Like, before all these things went up in price.
Yeah.
So I always feel sorry for anyone trying to get in now.
It is honestly annoying that, like, Magic the Gathering is just the most popular, TCG out there. There are other TCGs out there that are, I think it's called Flesh and Blood, where they're, like, whatever set they release, they don't release a lot of sets, but whatever set they release, it's just always available in print. So there isn't ideally a, there isn't, like, any sort of issue with, trying to, you know, create whatever decks based off of, like, years and such. So supply is always going to be available. Whereas with Magic the Gathering, it's like, they've been around since, like, 1993. And there's cards that just simply do not exist anymore.
With Flesh and Blood, they did unlimited print just to fight the scalpers.
Yep.
But they do have first edition, okay? Like, you got first edition and then you got unlimited print.
Yep, okay.
So, your value comes from the first edition stuff. But the cards are functionally the same, like...
Yeah, it's the difference between, like, you know, holographic versus standard.
Yeah, it just depends on what you want. Like, there's people out there that care about that. It's like the same thing with the Pokemon TCG. You go after the coolest looking art, or are you just the kind of guy that just wants functionality? Like, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, people bought structure decks because you can get Ash Blossom for cheap, and it's a common print. No one cares what print it is as long as it's usable, because we need it in the meta. But the people that wanted to bling out, they're usually the ones that help us out, because there's a lot of singles because they're just cracking boxes.
Yeah. And that is like if you're getting into any TCG, like, if you want to save money, don't go for booster packs or like construction decks. You want to go for singles. That's just how it is.
Unless buying the structure deck is actually worth it for you.
Fair, that is true. Like, that's kind of what happened with Commander. Like, it was a house rule setup, and then Magic the Gathering, like, or Wizards of the Coast, sorry, they gave it like an experiment, like a couple of years, and like each year it was like they did some really powerful decks without fully understanding like just how crazy they were going to do it. It's like there would be Johnson manufacturer, but made in Moldova. Wait, so Rublev is not like it's not in English? What does Rublev mean in, like, is it just a fancy sounding word? Is that it? What? Also, did I... Alright, so I got maximum dung, I got so I need 8 unique herbs and 10... Here we go. It's a surname from Andrew Rublev. Okay. No idea who that man is. But yeah, back to the topic of Magic the Gathering and like the prints and such like that. The Commander format was like fairly new compared to Standard. And then they where's the unique mushroom? Nice try, Bly. You're not gonna stun me.
So, when it comes to Commander, I played during, like, I wouldn't say early, but I was early enough. Before the surge, the increase of people. That Vest Boy can fuck off. But I am not in favor of Commander product being released every set.
Yeah.
My reasoning for this is one, people can't keep up with the product. We're already having an issue with where the whole market is oversaturated with stuff.
Yep.
And I liked it when it was, alright, you got one Commander product a year. Like, you get a set of 4 or 5. Pick whatever you want, or just do what I do, just buy the whole lot. That was nice. But ever since they did it, like, every set, there's times where I'm like, oh, I can't afford to get this, so I have to skip it. There's some decks that I want, but I had to skip them.
Yeah. Andrew Rudolph did religious paintings in the 14th century and used tempera paint made from egg yolk and sometimes honey. Ah, okay. America being weird, just grabbing names from other people.
There is also the other thing of they're making cards specifically for Commander, and I'm against this.
Oh, like when they did, like, Eminence, for instance, during one of those years with, like, Dragon and Markov.
Eminence was a broken mechanic, alright? It was completely broken.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, Eminence is, like, it's just way too powerful, and I think the problem is that Eminence just ended up, like, trivializing, like, the actual, like, gimmick of Commander. Because, like, the effect of the Commander was working without summoning it, which meant that depending on the effect, like with Dragon, there's no benefit in having Dragon out on the field, because the danger of, like, losing Dragon was, like, not worth, unless it was, like, properly part of your kit.
Like, having a constant reduction cost on all your dragons by 1 without doing anything, that's basically the equivalent of an emblem.
Yeah. And most people agree that, like, emblems are a bit of a, you know, they're too powerful.
Yeah, but the reason why they're too powerful is because to get them, the cost is too high. Like, if you actually do get an emblem, you deserve that emblem.
So long as you have, like, you can actually benefit from, because sometimes the emblem is just sort of sitting there being bullshit.
Yeah, or, like, there are some emblems that are very cheap to get out, but their effects are very, very mundane. Like, for example, Gideon of the Trials, his emblem, you pay 0 to get it. And the effect is, as long as you control a Gideon's Planeswalker, you cannot lose the game.
Give me my whetstone back.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
You
So
saw
Gideon
my
of-
spit!
Oh, you're dealing with... have fun with them. Yeah, these guys will steal your crap.
Can I get it back?
Yeah, you just gotta attack them.
Oh, shit.
So the, like, remember the Gajalakas and all of them, right? They're all part of the, was it the
Palico family?
feline group? Yeah.
Oh,
So,
cool.
all those angry natives that I keep attacking,
Phantom Superman, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Big Buff Phantom Pop raid. Big Buff raid. Buff man. Welcome, welcome, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Brains? Who has brains? Not me. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through, like, you know, games of most often nostalgia for the, like, you know, I've never had the chance to play them before, so it makes sense to... Ow, fuck you.
Are you creeping on my turf?
Well, no, because you go into this as a subject matter expert. I go into this as a what's-a-mahoozy, as a tourist.
Sure.
Hello.
I'm not an expert at this. Oh, of course. There we go. But yeah, hi everyone. Hi there, Mono Cricket, Algner, and then, yep, Phantom Superman, fellow himbo. Himbo? Hi, fellow himbo. How was Okami? I remember playing that a long time ago. Oh, god damn it. Swap the position of items. Let's get rid of the easy swap. Let's get rid of the... Oh, damn it. Alright.
Hello.
There we go. Fix that up. I'm trying to find, like, unique mushroom colony, but I'm having a bit of trouble.
I can't exactly help you with that.
Nah, it's okay. You've been really enjoying it, playing it for the first time? Nice, nice. I played it for the first time,
Thank you for the hyper invoice. I played it, like, I think a year or two ago now? Or maybe 2 years ago. I need to carve him real quick. Yeah. Hi there, Macaron lover. Oh. Anything. I don't really care for checks. You're gonna lurk to D-stream, have fun in the meantime, big guy. Oh, good, Phantom. Thank you so much for raiding. I really appreciate it. Best of luck with your D-streaming and such. I am getting stuck into gathering and what have you, because I am a silly Zeebs with a loot goblin mindset that wants to try and get to the... Yay! Oh, damn it. I was really hoping to get some more, like, unique what's-in-the-cuisines, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I have to be really mindful about my inventory, which is new.
Ain't you mindful to begin with? I had to keep an eye on my inventory all the time.
Not normally. There we go. Just little... He's just like, ah, yes, and then rubbing on the tummies. No, I don't want this mushroom. Give me a unique mushroom colony, please. There we go. Alright, how many is that? So abyssal mushrooms, unique mushrooms. I've got 5 and I need 10. Ooh, oh, thank you for protecting my identity by pixelating me on YY. I really appreciate it. And then we got section 9.
On damage, make 3 treasures.
Why do you have the voice like Pinhead had in Hellraiser? Because I'm so much bigger and stronger now. I am muscly as fuck. Gotta pop out now.
Who are you calling a pinhead?
your soul apart. Oh, it's a broken down camp. What the hell happened here? Hey. Go. Nice. Oh, but I don't get like immunity frames from doing that. So much of the combo and it's not hitting him. Ah! I'm getting bested by small animals. Oh, and his other buddy left. God damn it. Let me just card you and see if I can get anything. Alright, I get a small monster bone. Anything happen to this place? Paintball. Ah, okay. Let's go. I don't need paintballs. I don't see any mushrooms here, so we go back to section 6, go back to section 1. I'm guessing I'm gonna just need to, you know, stiff up the lip and just hand in the unique stuff that I got and not get the sub-objective done. Shame. Needs a British accent. Elliot Spencer was a British officer in World War I. Oh, because you're talking about the what's-a-mahoozy, the horror. I've not seen wherever, like, I've not seen Hellraiser. Horrors are not my thing. So, I should have handled this quest in way sooner. I thought I would have a much better time collecting these, but I thought they would go into like a separate slot like they do in modern Monster Hunter. Oh, that felt terrible trying to do gathering. Ow! Send items to There's time bonus. 20 minutes! 20 minutes of just gathering fucking, like, ferns.
Hi!
Alright, let's have a look at another mission. Low quests. Do for dragon armor. Deliver 3 dragon amber pieces. Dragon Amber is especially useful to research, but it's also a pain in the neck to get. For these old ones, it is. Grab a few pickaxes and get mining me some from the Jurassic Frontier. Look, as much as I would love to like just run and rush into getting actually what I should do not care for such forging armor. Alright. So some of this armor has like skills associated with it. One of them skills. Health, protection. This is what I want. Gathering. So we got Maestro, Stamina Drain. So I need a warm pelt and eye. Okay, so we need to get those things first. Alright. A lot of gathering I'll need to do, and there's probably going to be a lot of offline
grinding in this game as well, if I'm being frank.
Trust me, you'll do a lot.
Noted.
It's like every Monster Hunter game. And apparently, Proof of the Hero is out. The quest is out.
You're not gonna get me playing Proof of the Hero right this second. I'll hate to break it to you.
I saw a video of someone attempting Proof of the Hero.
Solo.
And Arkvel just killed the other 3 Apexes.
Honestly, that would be nice if they did that.
Well, all the Apexes will fight each other, so...
Oh wait, what am I thinking? No. Let's not fill up my inventory. I need to go to the...
Yeah, you can't be a freaking loot goblin.
Yep, you're right. I can't be... Because, like, quest or gathering, like, point things, like, normally, like, so, for example, a unique mushroom colony in like some places, they're like, oh yeah, it'll just go into like a 3rd inventory. But I need to remember that anything I gather goes into my pouches. So yeah, I need to be extra mindful of that.
I'm looking at my 32 challenge.
Your 32 challenge? What?
It's basically a challenge where you try to build a deck of every color combination and have the name of the legendary for that color.
Are you fucking kidding me? My old pickaxe broke, like, just immediately.
1, 2, 3. I'm missing 4 decks in the color combinations I need. So I need a 5 color, I need a colorless, I need a 4 color, and I need a 3 color.
My pickaxe is broken already. I've used up all my fucking pickaxes on one... Like, what the shit?
You probably bought it from Temu or something.
That was the pickaxe they gave me! They gave me old pickaxe!
You'll get better ones later.
1 Dragon Amber piece. 1. I got 1. Use your story weapon sharpness. Bird. Why do I still have a bird? Why do I still have some of this stuff?
You gotta love the fact that we have to find shit instead of like, oh, we already have this stuff.
I am like, what the?
I'm on the consensus of, I don't think whetstones should be one-time uses. Like, IRL, you're not gonna use a whole whetstone in one shot.
Like...
build this.
I am floored. Like, they gave me, like, 2 pickaxes, which I thought would have been enough, but, like, they just broke. Like, the first one just was, like, broken instantly. Like, are you kidding me? Oh. Yeah, they only gave me 2. Like... Oh, thank Christ. Old bug net, thank you. And Psycho Syrup? Oh wait, I need to... I think come to the right feline. Deposit items. Needleberry. Gunner pouch, field pouch, gunner pouch. Alright, deliver items, you're only allowed once per quest, that's fine. Like, that's just bullshit, that, like, an old pickaxe is just, like, broken on the first hit. I am not going to have my first failure of a quest be because, oh, the pickaxe they decide to give me in the quest is broken. Can you get, like, permanent, like, pickaxes, or are all of them just gonna break in this game?
I can't remember. It's been a while. You don't have your resident crow around to help you.
Alright, so... That was there. Alright. Alright, so that's iron ore. No! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this fucking game. Who designed this quest? Who designed this thinking, oh yeah, let's have, you know, a loot chance of getting, like, you know, the important quest item, which has to be done with equipment that might break. Will you help me, Palico? No. Will you help me, Palico? No. Like, can I even make pickaxes on the fly? And until later, Nullberry. Cool. Lol, you can, like, just go to sleep. But yeah, goddamn, this game is already frustrating. I thought... I can deliver 1. Anytime deliver 1 quest items. Of amber hardened over time. Like... I have nothing. I just have to... Like, I can't... I just have to abandon the quest at this point. Stop the request. You will revert to your pre-quest status and any progress made will be lost. Yes. Like, because they gave me an old pickaxe and it broke. They gave me 2, and the first hit, it just broke instantly. No, I am not saving that progress there. That was bullshit. Like... Save on the exit to avoid this. Alright, where is...
Heal!
Alright, so I can go to this armory for things. Alright, so I can buy armor. So this does Maestro. I don't care for... Oh wait, hang on. Ah, okay, so that gives botany, that gives gathering. Alright, I'm gonna grab a leather belt. Do you wish to just... Wait, oh, do I already own? Oh no, so I own 1 belt, and I own no leggings. Alright, but now and then leggings, meanwhile. Gathering health and protection, so we'll grab you as well. And then arms gave us whim. Chest gives us whim. And then head gives us Alright. But now I need to figure out where I can go to buy items. Forge, upgrade, equipment. So... Flight attendant.
Yeah?
Alright, this is the market.
Yeah?
Alright, so we got... Okay, so we can go for an iron pickaxe. I'm just gonna purchase 5. Because fuck that. Fuck having, like, you know... Alright, so we can get worms. Use to attract, blow at your own risk may... Western disease, cool. Barbecue spit, sleep herbs, stamina oils. Book of combos, 1 and 2. They're expensive. Alright. Yay, we get to pet something. She doesn't have an owner, so maybe you can try raise her. Alright. Let's try that quest again, shall we? Low quest difficulty, Dragon Embers again. So yeah, what's more is I've got like the some gathering pieces on, so hopefully that will like improve our chances. So let's see how we go. Alright, grab the map, first aid. And they give us 1 pickaxe. Mega pick! Oh my god, I just got a mega pickaxe. Hell yeah. So you just have randomized... So this Veggie Elder just has randomized loot, and one of them was just like, oh, here's a mega pickaxe.
He's a veggie farmer. Who knows what is out in his fields?
Alright, so... Yeah, let me go for the worn pickaxe, and let's see what my luck is like. So yeah, I've got 3 hits available with the worn pickaxe that they've given us. Or the old pickaxe, sorry. God, I'm just so frustrated with this mission. Being like, yeah, we'll give you 3. And they're like, oh yeah, because that will, like, be quote-unquote enough. But It's like the first hit and the thing instantly breaks. Earth crystal? Yep, old pickaxe broke. And another earth crystal. Ow. And another old pickaxe broke.
I still figured I hate vest points.
Yeah, understood. Understandable.
There's a reason why I choose to go the max stun resist route.
Dragon Ember. And Earth. Alright, so we got 2. I just need a 3rd.
Alright, how do I want to build this?
Oh my god. Alright. Okay, here's another... Iron pickaxe broke instantly. This is bullshit. Nice. Good hit. Alright, so I can carve you now. Bird, Wyvern, Fang. I don't like how quickly the corpses disappear. That one's a bit bullshit.
Hey, remember, this was originally a 3DS game.
Also, why the fuck do I have, like... Oh, because I didn't save my progress? Hang on. Bone husk. Swap that. Here's the speed jelly.
Right, how do I want to build this deck?
Here we go. But yeah, already I hate that I have to like even iron pickaxes, it's like there's just a chance that they will break on first hit. That's just feral.
What can you do at that point?
Cry. Because someone decided to make it so that mining, like a very essential gathering means. Fossilized bone. Oh, I needed that. Swap out the latchberry. And a mystery bone? Nice. Alright, that should be everything I need. Yeah, I need 2 thingamadoogies and... Alright. That should be more than enough.
What do I want to do? Do I want to start 4 color or should I go for 3 color?
4 color will probably be like a very difficult balancing act because even if you do 4 color, it's not going to be like an even, like, you know, dissemination between all 4. It's more likely going to be like, you know, a strong duo with 2 side flavors or a, you know, bit of a mixed trio and then like, you know, a little dip into the 4th color is what's more likely going to happen. I don't know if you can do it.
Like 4 color is just 3 color with a splash. You just splash the 4th color in for whatever you need, so it's very low. But that's because I still gotta build a 3 color, a 4 color, and a 5 color, and a colorless regardless. I'm just trying to figure out what's the easiest one to do right now. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like building Esper. The easiest combination that I could build with Esper is build Y'shtola, Knight's Blessed. Yeah, I can build Y'shtola. Let's see, who do I don't need in this deck? Oh yeah, I don't need the Eye of Nidhogg, what the hell? I don't need summon Good King Monk the 12th.
Praise be his name.
Who the hell are you? Fan Daniel.
Oh, that fucker.
When he casts an instant sorcery, fail 1. Instead, each opponent may sacrifice one. Okay, that. Oh, he's funny.
There we go. All right,
He's.
I need a Pandaniel.
I actually like his effect. I like his effect.
You should see him in Final Fantasy. He's an asshole.
His effect is when you cast an instant sorcery, surveil 1. And at the beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. Each opponent who doesn't loses 2 life for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard.
I barely heard anything you said then. I just had a hot flash of... Who's this? Salutations, Meowster! May I call you Meowster? I am the housekeeper in the Academy employ. Just say the word and I'll be there at your beck and call. I prevail many services. Want to watch the movie or cutscene again? Allow me to show you to the gallery. My god, look at this low poly palico.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Where we all just had simple lives in a village. And now we're considered the freaking Sapphire Star and the Legendary Hunter.
Alright, item box. Store items.
This is also one of the things about, like, Monster Hunter Generations, like, because it was on, like, the 3DS. You can just find people out in the wild and just, you know, do a local play. I actually miss the idea of just going out and be like, oh, you might find people that are playing something and you can just join in. Like, the Mario Kart DS thing, you just need one person to have the game. You know what? When I go to Furdu, I'm actually going to bring my 3DS.
Nice.
And a copy of Mario Kart DS. What the hell is this?
95%, 90, and 95. Oh my gosh.
White Auracite. Oh, this card's shit.
Oh, so that's how you make axes. Mystery bone and iron. Okay. Now I know.
I like the idea of, oh, you want to make a pickaxe? Oh, you need to mine the thing to make the pickaxe. Then how did you get the pickaxe in the first place?
This game, honestly. Boomerang? How does a whetstone and a monster bone make a boomerang? Capcom, what is your logic? What ideas did you have when you put this fuckery together?
Hey, it's like Dead Rising 2's weapon crafting. Don't question it.
Like, at least Dead Rising, like, it's a bit of a fantasy nonsense, but like...
Yeah, I like the idea of combining a machine gunning teddy bear with a wheelchair. Or if you want to make a random lightsaber, you just get a torch and some jewelry. Honestly, we should do a co-op of Dead Rising 2.
Could be good.
But are you okay with the fact that the quests we do have actual time limits?
I have played a little bit of Dead Rising 2 already, and I'll be frank with you, I'm one of those peeps where it's just like, I'm not 100% a fan of it, because it's like, some of the time limits are like, they give you like a lot of leeway, which makes me just like a little anxious. I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm missing something essential. I'm not too sure if they're doing the time limit thing like so broad because they know they're dealing with like dumb Americans. I don't know if they're doing that or if like there is other stuff I need to be doing.
Oh, it's because things are happening all over the place. So you have to decide on the order you want to do things, or some things you just have to ignore. But because I've beaten the game like multiple times, I know what I'm doing.
Yep. Save progress. Monster Hunter Generations. Hi there, Wild Saber. It's Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. And let me tell you, the tutorial, like, I kind of needed it because it taught me potions require mushrooms and that you need to hold gathering gear when you go out into the world if you want to gather stuff, but that gathering gear might break. Deputy, I have an assignment for you. You see, as a researcher, I specialize in monster data. My reports are part of the monster list, which you can find in your hunter's notes in the start menu. The monster list displays data on monster names, type, threat level, and many you've hunted or captured. It's rather detailed, as it includes my reports on their biology and countermeasures against them. I need you to check these notes and review them closely for accuracy and missing information. For now, I'll start you off with just a few to look at. I'll have more for you to check at a later time. Alright, let's have a look at the next quest.
Let's see. I don't need the card champions from Beyond.
Medical moths. Deliver 3 immortal kelpie horns, abyssal mushrooms, slay 10 Macau. You know what? We're gonna go with fuck it. Let's go for something classical. And then alright, so we're not holding on to any extra nonsense, which is good. I'm just gonna keep using the sword and shield. Welcome to old Monster Hunter. Yeah, I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to see the charm.
I'm just telling people, right? If you say that Monster Hunter Wilds is easy, okay, I say it's actually easy. But some people just don't understand, like, a lot of the things you can do in Wilds, not possible in, the other games.
Lock on.
Even in World.
Take you barbecue pit? Yeah, I did. Didn't I? Yeah, portable spit. It's right there. Alright, so I need to drill some cow, which I can get to. So I can probably get to it from section 4 and 5, I believe.
You know, I will follow this person because I like their art.
Oh, nope, there we go. There's more to it. Alright, here we go.
Hermes, Overseer of Elpis.
Oh yeah, the depressed boy who decided to like generational trauma on our girl.
Emmett Selch of the 3rd seat.
Yep. Yes, boy.
I'm currently in the middle of just trying to sort out what cards I want to keep. I'm just dismantling the pre-con. Oh yeah, I want to ask, have you fought,
Nice.
was it?
Cool, dude. Have I fought what?
In Final Fantasy 14, was it? Have you fought, was it the living ooze or living slime?
Rings a bell. Don't know what to tell you though, like, because there's a lot of living shit.
I'm still waiting to see if you actually done Omega Protocol.
Yeah, no, I've done. That's a raid series in what's in the boozy? Oh, damn you! Why do the corpses disappear? Maybe the palico would help. Alright, come on.
But not the Savage version, right?
No, that's not in my interest. Although, to be fair, I can just go through, like, the higher difficulty stuff, like what's called unsynced, because that's kind of what you do, like, if you're just, like, picking up on story and what have you, where you're just like, fuck it, just do it unsynced. Oh, no, actually, unsynced is when you can only do it after a successful completion, I think. Alright, here we go, here we go. The corpse disappears after a minute. Yeah, that's 5 monsters left. Okay, so these are the monsters I need to fight. Cool, 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 cool. Small. And then... I feel like the sword... I'm not too big a fan of, like, how slow it takes to kill things with the sword and shield, I'll be real with you. A unique fern. More ivy. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, 4, 5. Yep, okay, cool. There's 5 more.
This. Okay, that's actually neat to have.
Yeah, come on. Completely missing. There we go. Completed. Alright. I'm glad I don't have to, like, return to camp for that. Alright. So... Thank you. I do not like how quickly the corpses disappear. That's probably my biggest pet peeve right now in the whole life. Especially if they want me, like, hunting, like, lots of little things. Not a fan of them disappearing. Not a fan of that. And plus, I'm just, like, doing a victory lap after 60 seconds. And I have no idea what returning supply items.
It's a weird card.
The most basic quests are like just taking the most out of me. Look how high. Yep. Heavy jelly. Zenny earned. Save our progress. There we go. You seem to be doing well on your quests. By the way, the Meowstress has been looking for you. I'll give you her message myself, but I forgot on the rhyme. You can find her at the Palico Ranch at the end of the path to the right of the village entrance. The Meowstress is a Wyverian who scouts palicos, felines that accompany hunters on hunts. She can tell you everything you need to know about palicos. Now don't keep her waiting too long, Hunter. Oh, thank Christ. I get a buddy to help me. Hopefully they give me a lot of good stats. Oh, is there a severe weather warning right now? Greetings and salutations. Oh, I give up. Welcome to the Palico Ranch. Here we have plenty of places for your palico. Are you good with like the cat puns, Blue?
It's because it's the palicos, alright?
Yeah, I understand it's the palicos. Are you good with puns?
Most of the time, no.
Damn it. Here we have plenty. Oh, I already read this part. What I mean, yeah. You know what a palico is, right? You gotta be kidding me. Shall I explain? Explain. A palico is a pal that is constantly by your side. Kinda like a good friend. Deck them out in palico gear from the Palico Armory and they can join you on quests and help hunt. Use the facilities here to improve your palico's performance out in the field. Oops! I almost forgot something really important. Have you hired a palico already? If you haven't hired one, I recommend that you take care of that right now. Fortunately, you only need to talk to a Palico scout to get some assistance. When you visit the Palico Ranch, the Meowstress is the scout to talk to. She's right over there. There are plenty of other facilities here to help you with wherever you find yourself in need of... yeah. There's the trader, the purchase items, and the Palico board, which lets you manage Palicos. I've mostly meowsly covered what I need to say, but know that some actions require you to use... Academy points. Cool. So that's for the item boxes. Here we go. What's this? A new face? Oh, I could shout, hello, I'm the Meowstress, the Palico Scout. Scouts like me search the land far and wide for just the right felines to put by our side. These palicos aid you in hunting and more. Their uses are many, functions galore. To start the recruitment, let's select hire and then choose the palicos that you desire. Of course, you don't have to choose those that I found. Simply choose Scout a Palico and I'll search around. And after some time, say the length of a quest, I'll be back with a custom-picked litter in spread. And once you have chosen your Palico horde, you can manage them all at the Palico board. As a sign of our friendship, a proof of our ties, let me find you the first of your cute little pals. Bob-tailed, striped, 2 spots or 3. Name it, I'll find it. Now what'll it be? If you still have a question or seek words more precise, just pick the help for help and advice. Not one of the felines I find is a quitter. Have a look and you'll see. Take your pick of the litter. Oh, I can change the code. Nice. I like the tabby. Search for a Palico. Alright, simple. Now, don't move an inch. I'll be back soon. And that's a cinch. Here we are, matched down to the furry ear ends. I hope you'll be the best of friends. Her name is Sarah. With 65... Okay, I thought I would get to name them, but if they're already named, then I'm not going to rename the Palico. We're going to go with Sarah. They're charisma, bias, they have a balance, and they're just standard heavy. Once you're ready to hire more, you know who to look for. Even monsters could fear. When a prowler takes out the prowler role, he'll fill it with the fire of the hunter's soul. Just choose a prowler from those you have hired. I'm sure there will be quite a few of the deer who are itching to start their own quests. Pick your prowler, then switch mode, and you'll be set, all done. Right into the dire jaggy nest. Here, let my pen take a short little jog around the pages of your quest. The quest simply it details all of your village requests. First, from the start menu, select Hunter's Notes if you please, then select Request Log to view details with ease. It lists the requirements, rewards, and clients, so I'm sure it's something of which you'll be reliant. Go to the quest counter and look through the quest to find the one for helping get rid of those vile jaggies.
Oh, excuse me.
This thing. Wait, I can have 2 palicos? What is...
Let's see. I see people are building this as a spell slayer control weapon, but I just got a stupid idea.
Who Bolt Fizz? Sorry, I just been so focused. Alright, there we go. Who is this guy? Bartender.
I'm liking this stupid idea. Building it's gonna be a pain in the ass.
Oh, these are my cats that are training right now. Nice. Nice. Alright, so I have 2 palicos in Classic, it seems, which is kind of cool. Although I do like having, like, 1 palico as my pal. That's kind of cool.
Okay, the idea I want to do is kind of interesting, but this is not enough cards for it to work. I built Cascade. No.
Let's see how we do here. Meow. Alright, so it's a nighttime right now. Thank you for ration.
Did you see it?
What did I miss, Wild Saber? Oh, if you wait for a bit, 5E Mufa will grab her by the hood and... What? What? I was so lost by what Wild Saber was saying there.
Basically, if you stayed there a bit longer, something funny would happen.
Oh, okay. Alright, I think the Jaggy, last I checked, they're in like section 4 or 5. So let's just... Oop. There we go. Oh. Nah, it doesn't do it. Oh. Ow! Fuck you. Yay! My portable spit has been recovered. Yeah! You get him, Palico! Ooh, I get more bone husks. Ow. No! Give me back my map! I need that. There we go. Map's recovered. Thank goodness. Stop stealing my shit. There we go. Alright, I'm just gonna avoid these fucking, like, whatever those particular, felines are called. Nope, damn it. Me and my stupid goblin brain being like, yeah, I'll just grab this real quick, thinking I would just, like I'm on my Sarek and I'm just going thwip to grab things. That's not how this works. That's not how this game wants me to play. Huh, that's funny. I honestly thought I would see them around here. Odd. Wrong sector? Let's try sector. Wait, are these it? And I've wasted a first aid. this. 30% on the cut. Oh, cool. Sun Snug is, Okay, so these are jackies. Cool. Cool. I picked the right jackies. And then I can't grab you because I don't have a net. There's another jaggy. Come on, get closer, get closer, get closer. That sounded like I did like a critical hit though.
Yeah. Oh, look who's decided to show up.
Oh, hi there, Jack. Good morning, Monster Hunster. Jack, I had to deal with some fucking bullshit. You need blue mushrooms for this. They just automatically set me to Sword and Shield, okay? I'm just going with whatever the fuck they decided to, like, you know, auto set me to. I'll fix it up later on. But yeah, I have to use herbs and a blue mushroom to make potions. You need to carry pickaxes on you, and there's a chance they will break. That's ridiculous. Ah, nothing. Oh wait. Meow. Welcome to
He's
OG.
understanding. He's understanding.
I hate how, like, the iron, like, pickaxe can just be, like, you know, one hit instant death.
Welcome to OG Monster Hunter.
Oh, hi there, Jack.
I'm waiting for the day that he gets smacked by a monster into a loading zone and he gets smacked again. The monster back into the loading zone.
I've seen that TikTok,
Yes!
and I will try my darndest not to have that happen to me. And if it is, hopefully someone is recording.
It's gonna happen, bro. It's gonna happen.
It'll be better if it would be a Rajang that throws him into the loading zone.
Is there a Rajang in Generations Ultimate?
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game, I suppose.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Why are you asking so many questions? Just play the game. Damn.
Man, I can't freaking handhold you the whole time.
We can't help you all the time. Damn.
Blue is still salty because anytime he wants to play with me in World to get up to Fatales, I was like, oh hey, while we're doing this, and I just get him to play against Rajang.
Big bastard, you wanted to fight Rajang when we don't need to fight Rajang anymore.
It's funny. Also, what do you think of
It's
my
either
shirt,
that or
Jack?
Diablos.
The custom shirt. It's Rajan with the thumb.
As I said before, and I'll say it again, we need to kill this man.
We need to kill this man.
For a minute there, I read that Palico's name as Samsung.
Samsung.
It's Sunsnug. It's legally distinct Samsung. Legally distinct.
How are you enjoying the game so far?
It's still like I'm only like it took me an hour before I was in this game because I was like fiddling around with like IT troubles, and the unfortunate thing is that I am the only IT person in this like house / apartment, so it's like, you know, the only person who's gonna solve my problems is me. So yeah, I was fixing all that up.
For free? Damn.
Yeah, and now, like, you know, getting up to the 4-hour mark, and I've only still dealing with like 1-star quests. I'm not a fast player.
I'll tell you what's funny. He got his stuff stolen by the locals, and I had to tell him you have to attack them.
Well, I mean, he's earning.
Yeah,
And you're like, oh, wouldn't you like to know?
violence. Commit violence.
Look at the cliff. I ain't looking. I'm a bit busy right now.
Oh, you didn't warn him.
Yeah, especially that one vest point that's just flying around.
That thing won't fuck you over.
Note to self, I'm probably gonna swap over to my comfort hammer after this and figure out, like...
This guy can't use any fast weapons.
Just like, look at the...
Oh, dude, I'm like, where's basics SNS combo?
You got one? I mean, you did it.
Yeah, I can do a basic combo. I can do the swish swish, jump back, leap forward thing.
I just wonder if he's using claw.
Yeah.
Probably won't. In the claw formation.
It's probably like the simplest combo I'm doing here with you. Like Jack's probably watching me and they're just like, you could be trying so much harder.
Nah, you're used to this one.
For now. Right now, you are tolerated.
Fell vine.
Pickaxes.
He got confused.
I do love the quest autocomplete thingamadiggy from Wilds, though. That was a good quality of life.
He got confused by why a whetstone plus something else makes a boomerang.
Yeah, a whetstone and a bone.
Why not? Wait, do I have a copy of Jin Cataxius?
My Palicos are up to level 3 now. Let's go. You missed the cool thing. Damn. What was the cool thing?
Damn, whatever shall I do if I miss the cool thing? It's not like I can go back there, maybe look at it again in the future.
He already missed a cool thing earlier because he didn't have the patience. Maybe we should give him a reality check. Where is a freaking trauma moment? Let me get Alatreon.
I know what Alatreon is. I played World.
If we did not tell you to bring your jerky, you would have died.
I mean, we should have let him die, to be honest. It would have been funnier.
Yeah, but that's also mean to the people carrying him.
I mean, they knew they're gonna cart. They came in knowing that they're gonna cart. What's the problem?
I just appreciated that, you know, they, Alright, so this is the Meowstress. He's got like a hairnet with like calico ears. That's kind of cute. I respect that. That's cute.
I like the simpler times.
Listen to this blue talking about the simpler times. Simpler times.
Look, I'm just eating a donut. I'm enjoying it.
You are a donut.
Man, donuts sound awesome.
It's a sugar donut. But you know, the best part about living in this country is that by the time I get to eat it, all the sugar would have already melted.
If you looked at the cliff, you would have noticed the giant dead crab. Oh, I know there's like I'll see it again, no doubt.
Giant enemy crab.
Completed downstairs thingamadoo. Alright, so you're saying that if I stare at her long enough, she's gonna do a thing. How
You
long
have
am I meant to wait?
patience, right? Oh.
It takes a long time? Ah, okay. It's quicker to check back periodically. Ah, okay. Well, to be frank, it's past 12 o'clock. I need a bus for a piss, but it's also around about that time that I would normally, like, end stream and what have you. Because, by golly, this game is definitely going to have me needing to do a lot of offline grinding to make sure I have, like, items and such. Because I think by the time I get to a stage where Blue and Jack can join in on some of the quests I do and such, they're probably not going to want me having to, like, spend an extra 30 minutes running around in my gathering gear being like, hang on a second, I need to get honey. Where's the honey?
I mean, do what you want, man. You should see back in the day when I'll be like in the middle of a hunt and then I'm still carving tails while you guys are beating the shit out of me. Oh, I do that a lot, don't worry, even in OG Monster Hunter, but like, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just... But yeah, yeah, you know what? That's gonna be it for me today. It's getting to lunchtime, and you know, Zeebs wants to eat. So, oh my god. I just went from like looking at my HDMI to going to like this full screen application for Jack and the gang, and it's not a good resolution.
I mean, doesn't matter.
But yeah, sitting that way, not going crazy, hearing like, you know, all that nonsense.
Oh, you don't like the music? Damn.
It's not that I don't like it, it's that when I'm like in the middle of speaking and what have you, I need it to be like a faint sort of thing. It doesn't need to be like a huge thing, so... Yeah. Anywhoosies, that is going to be it for me today. And let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. Oh wait, I don't know what any of those tags say because some of them are not in characters that I can. So there was one person that was playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate that they were like, hey, you should go, like, this is a recommended raid. Let's try and go for someone that you know, might have English as like the top tag. Oh, yep, here's one. So there's someone called Vibin from... Oh no, it's Dream Blitzer, and their title is Vibin. So they're going through it right now. They've only been streaming for like the last... Ow. They're probably... Oh, they're like late game as well. This might actually be a good one to watch. Alright, we're gonna go and raid into Dream Blitzer. And we're gonna go with, what's our raid message? Let's go, actually, hang on, let me just cancel it just so we can have a think of the raid. Because I'm thinking of something along the lines that could be for, the fact that we're, like, you know, modern monster hunters checking out Classic.
Well, you. Just you.
Okay,
wait, modern... Wait, so, wait, the person we're raiding is playing what now?
The person we're raiding is playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. They look to be another sword and shield user, or dual blade, and they look to be late level as well, like, you know, like Hunter rank 999 or something. Because it looked like that one of their buddies was, you know... Yeah, alright. You know what? We're gonna go with Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter?
No.
What do you
that
mean?
we say things like paintball was stolen, potion was stolen.
I don't understand these things.
That we gotta give them the freaking trauma of your shit getting stolen.
Did I accidentally just insta-raid?
Yeah, mini whetstone was stolen. Freaking all of this stuff, alright?
Hang on,
they'll understand.
I don't understand. You can say all those things if you want.
Remember that freaking feline stole your freaking easy shock trap?
Yeah, no, that was bullshit. I'll tell him that little thingamadiggy, but I'll just be like Monster Homester? Question mark?
That.
So, but yeah, if you wish to join in on our raid message, we're just going to go with classic Monster Honster. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I'm going to be using my ones. Blue, thank you so much for joining in on the stream and keeping me chatting. I greatly appreciate it. Jack, thank you for coming in at the end there and hearing a little bit of my, you know, early, like, you know, growing pains with classic Monster Hunter, but I am definitely going to be playing more of this game. Let me tell you, I'm going to be playing more of this, so it's probably going to be my Sunday morning game. Potion was stolen, whetstone was stolen, paintball was stolen. You're right, you do those messages, I will go with mine. For everyone else, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream, now that it's afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I will get a stream schedule out in the near future because we're now done with Resident Evil Requiem. I need to figure out like what my division of time is going to be for Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate and some other games I want to play because I want to try and do a regular like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday kind of stream. It might be all Monster Hunter, who knows, but I'll get that out in the near future, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
Bye.